Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please let's settle down, find our seats. We are about to start. Please find your seat, settle down. We are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please find your seat, settle down. We are about to start, including the colleagues there at the TV station. Can we find our seats, settle down, and start? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen will be you. Good morning will be hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing this morning? Thank you very much. My name is Teboho Komagubani. I serve as the station manager for TUT's radio station 20 FM in the office of the spokesperson. I am a proud TUT MBA student and a very proud TUT employee, and would like to welcome you today. Firstly, I think we should give ourselves a round of applause. It's very cold, and they brought us here at 8 o'clock, and no one is late. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for keeping time. I am very particular about keeping time because we've got a lot to go through today. And when you attend funerals, particularly African funerals, there's a notion of these mamas who come and give a speech. And when they get to the podium, they start by saying, mphathi wehlelo ngiyaxolisa ngoba isikhathi sidliwe yintsha. And most of the times I look at myself if I'm a program director that injale, is it me, the inja? Or I look around the house and look for the injas. So that we don't end up being the Godois of the day, I request that we keep time so that we can go through a lot today. Welcome. I think, first and foremost, those of you who are guests, I need to introduce you to a beast that is called the Tshwane University of Technology, which is really one of the marvels that we have in the capital city of South Africa. You know, if you don't know about this university, there's a couple of things that I will tell you now and I'll tell you for the rest of the day, that it is one of the biggest institutions in the country, if not the biggest, being the biggest contact university. And when it comes to technology, we lead. So much so that there isn't a lot of papers in your tables, only one which you need to scan to see today's program. That's the technology in the Tshwane University of Technology. Having said that, let's not waste a lot of time. Let's welcome Tate Muhlomi to welcome us to the Institute for the Future of Work. A round of applause for him.
Good morning. My name is Tsidiso Mohlomi, and I am actually excited to be standing here this morning to welcome you. A lot of people are probably asking themselves about this morning, why this gathering? We are the Institute for the Future of Work, which is an initiative by the Tshwane University of Technology. And our mandate as the Institute for the Future of Work is to build the bridge between academia and the industry for the main purpose of trying to mitigate the issue around graduate unemployment and employability. And number two, to also then, with the help of the industry, influence the university's research agenda. Number three, with the help and the partnership with the industry, to influence the university's innovation agenda. Now, the question would then be, who or what is TUT? TUT is the product of the merger of a few institutions, and we want to claim that we are still the youngest, even though there are other younger universities. And we are the biggest contact university in the country. At any given time, every year, we have over 60,000 students who are registered and attending classes. That basically makes us big. And in terms of the footprint, we are also one of the few universities that have the national footprint. We have few or many campuses here in Gauteng. We have two campuses in Mpumalanga. We also have a campus in Limpopo, and we are in the process of building another campus in Limpopo. So we are growing. The reason we want to build the bridge between the industry and academia is that the two ecosystems are supposed to work very well together. Logic would then have said the institutions of higher learning were created to become the pipeline for the industry, for labor, innovation, ideas, and knowledge. However, over the years, the two ecosystems have drifted apart. Universities or institutions of higher learning are operating on their own, creating the kind of graduates who are supposed to work in the industry, but they are not what the industry wants. And therefore, as the Tshwane University of Technology, we are saying, let us make sure that there is a conversation between academia and the industry to make sure that our curriculum, which is used to develop the graduate, is in line with what the industry wants. And the other aspect, we are then saying our students, in interacting with a curriculum that is influenced by the industry, upon graduation, they are ready for the workplace. They need to be competitive within the job market. Number two, they also need to have a choice of either following the job search route or starting their own businesses. Now, the conversation that we are having today is one of many conversations that we are having with the industry where we are saying, what is happening in that space? How can we actually come to where you are and make sure that we are running together in this race? Now, automotive sector is one of the biggest drivers of our GDP. And TUT, we have one of I would say, the prestigious Faculty of Engineering. And we have some of our students here. We also have some of our faculty members here. And we are then saying, let us understand what is happening within the sector, and so that we can check if we are in the right trajectory, and so that we can align. But also we are then saying, let us engage so that we can partner and make sure that we contribute to the growth or the economic growth of South Africa. And today in the room, we have different people from the sector. We also have our students. We also have our members of the faculties. And the good thing, I was actually chuffed this morning. We have some colleagues from the Eastern Cape who are here to come and engage with us, but also to come and understand what is happening in the industry. Because all of us, we want to figure out the impact of technology in the future of work, the impact of AI, the impact of all these other things. So we will be listening to the speakers, we will be engaging with the content. And I hope that you are free to engage, you are free to contribute. And the students, it's your time to ask the questions. Because some of you will be graduating probably this year or next year. Don't graduate with a lack of knowledge. Thank you, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Tate Mhlomi. Another big round of applause for Tate Mhlomi. King, likwatile na. Are you hungry? You want something? Should I send you e-wallet? Again, a round of somebody say yes. And the funny thing is, most of the people who said yes when I said e-wallet were women. Okay, we're men here. Thank you very much, Tate Mhlomi. And I think, let me just, a couple of housekeeping rules. Let us keep our phones on silent for there's another one just went to do as I'm speaking. Let's keep our phones on silent for the duration of this seminar. I understand that some of us might have busy schedules and have to approve stuff. Let's keep those phones on silent for the duration of the seminar. This is a thought leadership dialogue. It is important to engage and find solutions. And I encourage everyone, particularly the students, to engage, to ask the questions, to probe, to find solutions. And each and every one of you to understand that it won't help us to be spectators today. Okay, having said that, let's get on the road, starting with our first speaker. Will be talking to us about the automotive ecosystem. He is the executive business development manager at the TASEZ, and that stands for the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. His name is Utata Msokodi Tombana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to present. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. People quite often ask me about my name, Msokoli, in Sesotho, Kintato Sokolang. And I've been trying very hard not to live up to my name. I'm not succeeding. Be that as it may, Program Director, when you opened the seminar, you indicated that you need to keep track of time. I need to make a special request that I will request perhaps an additional 10 minutes talking about the ecosystem and the landscape of the automotive industry. You will not do justice to the topic in 10 minutes, be that as it may, so that I don't become my own enemy with regards to time. So colleagues, I'll be talking to you about the landscape of the auto industry, as well as the ecosystem, where the industry comes from, where it is now, and where it's going, and what needs to happen for it to go to where we are planning as a country that it should be. As a start, colleagues, you realize that last year, 2024, as a country, we celebrated 100 years. Is it moving on the screen? Okay. Can we get the presentation? Sorry, colleagues, because some of the, instead of me talking for 10 minutes, some of the graphics will tell a story so that I don't have to explain. I guess you'll be next to the screen so that you can keep. Sorry, colleagues. Um, whilst we're waiting, perhaps maybe for the colleagues to sort the technology, we might as well perhaps proceed with some of the elements that one would have spoken to. As I've indicated that last year as a country, we celebrated 100 years of automotive manufacturing. And it started off in 1924 with a Model T that was assembled as a semi-knockdown in Port Elizabeth. Immediately followed, these are the early pioneers in the industry, followed by General Motors in 1926. There are others in between, Daimler, Chrysler, Peugeot. Okay, connect. muted on my side? Oh, thank you. Sorry about that, colleagues. In the interest of time, let's proceed with the presentation. If we look from a South African perspective, as I've indicated, that we celebrated 100 years of automotive manufacturing dating back from 1924. As things stand within the country, when you look at passenger and light commercial vehicles manufacturing, what we have with regards to the landscape of the industry, that in Gauteng, which is the center, especially the Tshwane region, where you have Ford that is doing assembly of the Ford Ranger, having a contract to also do the Volkswagen Amarok under contract, of which they share probably maybe 60 to 70% of the components. We also have Nissan, which is in Roslyn. They were doing both the Nissan Navara and the NP200. Now the NP200 is being discontinued, I suppose, for a simple reason. When you look at man hours to do both the Navara and the NP200, you have a situation where man hours are similar, and yet you sell one product at close to R1,000,000, and you sell another product that's about 300,000. The maths will not be mathing, so hence there is a discontinuity. You also have BMW that does the X3, and then of course, and a whole range of component manufacturers that are within the Gauteng region. If you go to KZN, you've got Toyota that does the minibuses, the SUV, which is a Fortuner, Toyota Corolla, and the double cab. That's what they do in KZN. You go down to the Eastern Cape, Mercedes-Benz that does both left-hand drive and right-hand drive and export to the rest of the world, where they do Mercedes-Benz C-Class. In Port Elizabeth and Utnik, Gqeberha and Kariega, which is my hometown, they do both Volkswagen, which is the TSI and the Polo Vivo, as well as Isuzu. They've joined recently in 2018 by Bike, which this completes the manufacturing within, which excludes your buses and trucks, which in total will take us to 22 when you include your Volvo, your Ivecos, your Tata commercial vehicles. So with that said, that's the landscape. If you look at it from GDP contribution, in 2023, the automotive industry contributed about 5.3% of the GDP. Now, if you look at a few years ago, I think Kululi about 2001, 2002, the contribution to the GDP by the auto industry was sitting at 7.5, which was the highest, and it has not been matched. So it could be one of two reasons: that the industry is growing, however, the growth in terms of the economy and the productive capacity of the country has grew higher than what the automotive industry grew. So hence, the growth that we're experiencing, however, it does not translate to a higher percentage when it comes to GDP. So that's and we're exporting to more than 148 countries, as well as the fact that in terms of rents, 270 billion export in 2023. If we briefly look at the history that I was making reference to earlier on, that from 1924 to 2024, we celebrated 100 years of automotive manufacturing. Of course, the early pioneers were the Americans, followed by some of the Europeans. I will stick to the ones that are still existing in the country. Others came and they left again, either because of poor strategy. Because remember, at the beginning, everybody that came into the country came for one reason only: to supply the local market, because it was viewed as a growing economy. So with that said, with the advent of globalization, meaning you can produce anywhere in the world and supply anybody anywhere in the world. So it meant, therefore, you stick to a platform that you think you are the best in and supply the rest of the world. So some of them couldn't really keep up, whether it's not good product. But that as it may, those that are still in the country from 1924, as you can see on top, the Model T that was produced in Gqeberha. In the 50s, the Germans joined in 1950, Volkswagen. At the beginning, they came in to do, as part of the SAMAT, which is the South African Motor Assemblers and Distributors. They're probably doing 6, 7 platforms. The Valiant, I'm exposing my age. The Valiant, the Studebaker. Those that are closer to my age, they will understand the Studebaker. So at the time, there were multi-platforms, but with time, they've reduced to a single or 2 platforms and supplied the whole world. They were joined in 1958 by Mercedes-Benz. And then, of course, the Japanese in the 60s joined in. Toyota in 1960, Nissan in 1965. And then the Germans came in again in 1973 with BMW. And then 1978, Isuzu, as a Japanese manufacturer, joined General Motors in Port Elizabeth. But when General Motors left the country, they remained and have their own production facility. Then the latest in 2018, we were joined by BAIC. It's not a platform for me to say what was the problem. I suppose as we are engaged, I was in China for the last 2 weeks, some of the engagements to some of the OEMs that want to move into the country. South African automotive consumers are matured. You cannot sneak in a car and hope that you're going to get sales. You can't do that to South African consumers. And at the same time, you cannot come in and open a manufacturing plant when you have not sold a single car on the road. So those are some of the basics that people need to follow in that space. So with that said, maybe later on I'll talk about some of the incentives that I think my colleague and my friend Mkhululi will go into details with regards to the incentives that we have in the country. Now, if you look at the picture that is at the background, where were we in 1990 as a country versus where we were in 2023 and what contributed to that growth? Now, in 1990, you realize that pre-94, you have a protective, because we couldn't trade with anybody in the world, and only those that were still in support of the apartheid system. But with that said, there are negatives and there are positives with isolation because it forces you to develop your own intellectual property. And at the time, quite a number of inventions from an army perspective, even in the auto industry, that we saw purely because we could not interact with the rest of the world. We were not integrated. With that said, in 1990, the country was producing about 343,000 cars. And the domestic consumption was sitting at 335, which was more than 90% of what we're producing, we were consuming. We were exporting only 10,000 cars, that was 1990, and we only imported 2,000 models. 2,000 models. Now, if you jump into 2023, we almost double our productive capacity, and sales were at 531, which is close to what, 85% of what we locally produce. At the same time, we were exporting about 60%, 62% of what we're producing as a country. So in terms of imports, we were looking at about 498,000 cars that were imported. Of course, only 295,000, about 300,000 of those that were imported were sold. So if you look at that jump, the question is, how did you get that jump? So I think Mkhululi will give us details in terms of the incentives. I'll just give a brief. But when you look at the landscape of the auto industry, when you break it down, you have your component manufacturers that comprise of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 to tier 4 suppliers. You also have, which are component manufacturers, you also have your OEMs that I've already alluded to in terms of what we have in the country that we have. There are 22 in the country, but with your light commercial and passenger coaches, We've got about 7 plus 1 that has joined us recently. And you also have the retail sector, which is an aftermarket, which is your dealership, your tire, suppliers, your panel beaters, a whole range of people that participate in the aftermarket. That constitute the landscape of the industry. When you look at the employment, we're looking at about 82,000 at some stage when it comes to component manufacturers, and about 29,000 when it comes to OEMs. Now, the issue then is, what is the plan for the country? One will not make an assumption that people around the seminar do know what is a South African automotive master plan. So government and the industry came together to say, where should the country be with regards to the automotive industry by 2035? So few pillars were identified that need to be addressed. So what I'll be taking then is, what is the objectives and what would be the impact and the expected numbers by 2035, and what are the key elements that are impacting achievement of the SAM 2035 plans. One, currently we are about 633,000, which is about 0.6 of the global productive capacity. The plan by 2035 is for the country to be producing at least 1.4 million cars, which at the time is anticipated to be 1% of the global output. That's the plan. But however, what impacted that plan, you will see even the graph that is in the background, there was the growth, it dipped, and then it started to grow again, was the COVID-19. So the COVID-19 impacted in terms of people losing jobs, affordability, consumption. So the productive capacity went down. And another element, it's the slow growth of economy globally, which impacts those numbers. The second element, increased local content. Currently, cars that you see on the road that are produced in South Africa are sitting at 39%. So 39% local content. The plan is for us to get that at 60%. Of course, there are challenges with that. One, global decision making. I think when we have a panel of discussion, we'll be talking about some of those challenges. Global decision making, where design and innovation happens offshore, and because we don't have a South African OEM, decisions will be taken in a country of origin, either in Germany, in USA, and in Japan, where most of our OEMs that we have in the country are. And then in terms of components, there are global sourcing, global players that will either rely on economies of scale and rather supply those components from a plant in France. I'm not looking at Feltex. From other parts of the world because of economies of scale. So these are some of the elements. Double employment. Currently, we're probably sitting at about 116 in this year, which needs to grow to double those numbers. Of course, what impacted those, one is the COVID-19 impact, and the other element is the fact that, I was with BYD. They want to come into the country, but the argument, it's the job numbers, because their plants are fully automated. There is an open invitation to visit a plant in North China, which has, the plant itself is the size of Los Angeles. Just one factory, the size of Los Angeles as a city. It's a fully automated plant. Thereby, it's going to affect job numbers. They want to make cars affordable. One way of doing that is to have less reliance on humans, that on a day we decide my salary is not enough, we are striking for 2 weeks. A robot will not. At the same time, in terms of efficiency. So they are looking at all this. So these technology advancements are impacting in terms of the job numbers. Improve industry competitiveness level. And of course, at that stage, we'll be looking at a sustained export competitiveness. Depending on the direction, the incentives that will take. But however, what impacts the SAM 2035, as I've indicated, it's the increased productive capacity. Invariably, when you increase that productive capacity, what you then have as a positive, you'll always have a higher percentage in terms of productive capacity, but because generally the economy is growing at less than 2%, you anticipate consumption, domestic consumption to be at least above 2% because people will always live beyond their means. So you have a greater productive capacity growth versus a lower affordability. So whatever you're producing in the country is meant to be for the export market. So we'll be able to tick a box in that instance. Transformation, as we understand that the auto industry is the most benefiting, somehow it's the least transformed. We understand the reasons why. I've stated those that as a country, we are given a script to manufacture. Decisions in terms of innovation and design happen offshore. Because of that, it impacts on the transformation. Currently, we hope that the Asians that are more accepting in terms of localizing, that at least probably will increase the transformation, depend value addition. And again, with regards to that, the fact that I've indicated design is offshore, it limits design that happens locally. However, the more we increase local content, the more, therefore, invariably you increase local design, research and development. So these are the elements with regards to the impact. I'm not going to dwell much. I think my colleague will be talking more about the incentives that contributed to the growth that we currently have. Needless to say, the first one, which was the MIDP, implemented in 1995, you saw the figures in 1990, you saw the figures in 2023. Its main aim, the MIDP, was to integrate South Africa into the rest of the world, because previously we were exporting what? 10,000 cars. We're now exporting more than 300,000 cars. So the MIDP was meant to integrate. However, it's like your Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Somebody that is hungry, you give them a bread, they are grateful. But 2 weeks later, they say, I don't have money to do this. You keep increasing. So you always have that shift in terms of goalpost. So then there was a realization that rather, instead of focusing on the export support, let's rather focus on the production, so that the incentive is centered about the productive capacity, so that we increase incentives around. With that in place, which was the APTP, later on it changed because we realized the industry is not transformed. So hence the APTP2, which was a focus over and above supporting production, was to increase participation by people that were not previously, hence the formation of your AITF. We've got colleagues from the AITF, which was as a result of the APTP2. We're looking at 2026, where there will be an implementation of 150% tax rebate on those that are investing in the electric vehicles. In the interest of time, colleagues, we're almost done. How are we going to get that growth? You then need pockets of excellence. You need pockets of these business cases. One business case in hand is the Tshwane Automotive SEZ business case, where Ford Brazil and Ford India closed down. It did not mean Ford was losing sales. It's because of one reason or another in India and in Brazil. Either it's government incentives. Today, Umkhululi will tell you in Austria there is zero manufacturing. They were way above South Africa about 15 years ago. Today, there's zero because of the lack of incentives. There's no more manufacturing in Australia. So because of that, then TASES was born. Now, it's an irony that we rejoice at other people's sorrows. It meant Brazil and India needed to cry because of job losses for us to be able to get those jobs. But in a summary, Ford said, look, because of those closures, there is a decision by Ford Global, whether South Africa or Thailand, or if South Africa is not coming to party, Thailand will take those lost volumes. So it meant, therefore, you needed a political will, you needed a dedicated team, and a support to make sure that the requirements for us to be able to where we are met. So Ford said, look, if government, you are able to make two commitments. One, develop an automotive supply park, because when you grow from 160,000 to 200,000 cars, which is an additional 40,000, which is almost similar, closer to what Nissan as a plant as a whole is, you then need an automotive supply park for just-in-time and just-in-sequence deliveries so that you're able to meet those demands. That government make one commitment that you will develop an automotive supply park. Second element, improve the rail connectivity between Gqeberha and Gauteng, for a simple reason that Durban is one of the busiest ports out of 3 ports, maybe Nigeria the 4th, Morocco, Tangier, as well as Egypt. The difference is Egypt and Morocco, it's transshipment ports through the Suez Canal, deep into Egypt, transshipment to the rest of Europe. But whereas Durban, it's purely inbound and outbound logistics. So with that said, then there is a need, because of efficiencies that are affected in that line, you need, Port Elizabeth has got 2 ports, Port of Gqeberha, which can hold post-Panama ships. The biggest ships that we can find in the world can dock in the Gqeberha port. And the second port, it's in Port Elizabeth, which is about 15 kilometers apart. So with them running at 50% capacity, there is extra capacity for us to be able to have quick turnaround. So those were the 2 commitments. We tick the first box that we have now the China Automotive SZ. As a result of that, Treasury gave IDC 2 billion last November to kickstart the project to improve the rail connectivity between Gauteng and Gqeberha. This is just to look at that pocket to say we need several of these in the country for us to be able to meet our objectives for 2035. You see here the president in 5 November 2019 doing a sort turning for the development of the China Automotive SZ. 3 years later, you've got a fully fledged plant operating, supplying, which was finished in 2 years. But what characterized that development? One, it was in the middle of COVID, because it started in 2020, TASES registered in May 2020, being gazetted in January 2020, started with construction in August 2020. A year later, all factories were done, which has never happened, approvals and everything else. Then for them doing checking and testing of equipment and parts, another year. It's the last, second last slide. So with that said, the impact as a result of that in relation to the 2025, one is government invested 4.12 billion in terms of infrastructure and top structure. The private sector, in terms of equipment, technology, invested 5.9 billion. And then the rest are catalytic investment from a forward perspective. During that phase, 5,500 jobs were created during construction, as well as currently when we go on site, there's 3,422 employees that are on site. Because of that increase of 40,000 cars, all of a sudden across the supply chain, because you need more steel, more paint, more rubber, more leather, more everything, there is about 10,000 jobs that have been created across the supply chain. And in that process, we made sure that SMM is catered for. The pictures that you saw, 45% of what you see was done by the SMMEs from Mamelodi, Nalmafias, and Esteras, which amongst themselves shared 1.7 billion. So I'm not going to talk to this as I've already spoken about it. So with that said, colleagues, that's the landscape of the auto industry as well as the ecosystem. And I think that will form the basis perhaps of our discussions for the rest of the day. Thank you, sir.
A round of applause again for Ntate Msokoli Ntombana, who's the Executive for Business Development at the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. Reading some comments, we are live, by the way, on TUT's Facebook and TUT-TV on YouTube. Some of the comments, someone was asking me, are you alone? Your crowd is very dead. Let's disappoint them with a round of applause again for Ntate Msokoli. You see? Can I ask the I4 staff to assist us with setting the presentation for the next presenter so that we save time on that? And let's do so because we all have the program as we move from one speaker to another so that we don't waste time. Tatem Sokol, you spoke about Stutubaika. In Tony, me and the 2000s do not, Stutubaika. Let me give him a mic. Stutubaika, I say?
I would say if you look at the tuk-tuks that you have, they are small. As Studebaker was a larger version of the tuk-tuk, which in terms of classification, because the tuk-tuk is only allowed in your municipal roads, but then the Studebaker, you could have that in your national roads in terms of the speeds and that. So it's only an exploded version of the tuk-tuks. Thanks.
Stutubaika. Big things. Are we ready with the next presentation? All right, if you're just joining us from the TUT Facebook page as well as TUT-TV, you are following through the Thought Leadership Seminar coming to you live from IFO. And this is themed under the following theme: accelerating and building capacity in the automotive sector for the future of work in South Africa. I think the question that we should be asking ourselves is, Tatem Sokoli speaking here, he said, you cannot sneak in a car into the South African market and hope that local people will buy it. But maybe we should lock ourselves here up until next week and then come up with a strategy to sneak in a locally produced brand and see if locals will not buy it. What do you think? I mean, for a country that can produce a fighter jet, we should have a car. We can call it Gedli or Koloi or something like that. Ne? But we should have our own brand as South African. Are we good? All right. So I think someone who's got a big task is the next speaker, because Tatem Sokodi kept on saying the next speaker will talk about this. It means we rewrote your speech. And I'm going to rewrite your speech again by challenging you to tell us when are we going to achieve this dream of having our own car brand. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a keynote address on understanding the automotive sector in South Africa, the policies and the industry outlook, let us welcome the Chief Director from DTIC, which is a Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and his name is Mr. Mkhululi Mlota. Let's give him a round of applause. All right. Keep the round of applause going as he connects. Thank you.
Good morning. As indicated, my name is Mkhululi Mlota from the DTIC. In the DTIC, we fall under a branch called sectors. In that branch, we are responsible for the development of a number of sectors or industries, ranging from clothing and textiles, chemicals, including automotives. That is the unit I'm coming from. And I think Umsogoli has done a good job. Mine is just 2 slides that I will talk to around the policy and perhaps a brief unpacking of what was meant or what were the goals or aims of some of the policy changes that we made. But I'm sure during the discussions, a lot will come true. So I'll touch briefly on the importance of the sector. What is happening now? This side is okay. Okay. Perhaps as an introduction, let's talk about why the focus on automotive. The ILO, as well as other people, do recognize the importance of this industry as it affects our daily lives. The products of this industry are used for us to go to work, to travel, to transport our goods, and therefore it touches our lives in different ways. But also it is important for employment, direct employment that is. Also, the auto industry comprises a wide range of stakeholders who are involved in the design, production, sales of these vehicles. And therefore, its importance goes far beyond the confines of the sector itself, which is why many a government across the world is supporting the auto industry. And it is an economic activity that has linkages, for example, to the steel industry. And talking about steel, we know the negative impact of the threat of a closure of one of our facilities, ArcelorMittal in South Africa, and the job losses that might come true if that were to be allowed to happen. Msokoli has touched on the economic impact of this industry or contribution from its contribution to the GDP, to employment, as well as the size of our market in South Africa. Sitting at about 600,000 in terms of employment and less than that in terms of sales, we are less than 1% of the global auto industry. We are very small, but for South Africa, that is quite sizable. We have been for a long time the leading producer of automotives in the continent. However, recently we've been joined at the top by Morocco. However, during 2024, the last year, following a recovery from the impact of COVID-19, we have seen a reduction in production and sales, but still we export more than 50% of what we produce. That is a good thing, but it has also got its own negatives that we'll touch on a bit later. Msokoli has indicated on how the industry is structured in the country or it's located. The bulk segment of our industry is comprised of the production of light motor vehicles, wherein we have 7 OEMs that are producing currently, with bike joining at the end of this year from September, they say, production on a CKD basis. Currently, they're just producing on an SKD basis. The cars are coming in fully built and a few components are fitted in. We also have a Mahindra in Durban that is producing on an SKD basis, but we do not encourage such to the extent that they are getting no benefits under the APDP2 at the moment. We want CKD production. Why is CKD? It means that a lot of work is done internally in the country, and therefore there are better chances of employment creation amongst other things. So on the SKD, you find that you can produce your cars having less than 30 people in the plant, but immediately you shift to CKD, more is required. On a CKD basis, it means that you form the body panels, you weld them together, you paint the car in the country. But on an SKD or on an SKD basis, the bodies may come in fully painted and formed, and the vehicle actually trimmed. On the component side, we have hundreds of component manufacturers in the country, at least 140 first-tier suppliers that support the vehicle assemblers. And on the component production side, as well as tooling production, that is where most of the jobs in the production are at. On the OEM side, you have around 30,000 people employed, whereas on the component manufacturing side, more than 80,000. So they are quite important. And therefore, producing vehicles on a CKD basis also ensures that there is growth in the production and supply of components. Umsokoli indicated that we have more than 100 years of producing vehicles in the country. Investing for the production of vehicles is no cheap matter. It is an expensive exercise. You need serious money to invest in order to make it. And therefore, many a times, the government is called upon to assist the private sector or whoever invests for the production of vehicles. In some instances, it is government itself who owns some of the companies in other jurisdictions. So as a government in South Africa since the 1920s, there were policies put in place to support the local production of such vehicles. These ranged from the imposition of import duties, such that you create space for the local manufacturer to become viable and profitable and be able to grow. We had a variation of such policies from time to time. Others were looking at local content, putting a requirement of local content. Initially, such local content requirement was in the form of, was based on mass of the vehicle, resulting in the country producing some of the heaviest cars at that point in time. Because you had to show local content by how heavy the components that you assemble from local supply are. That changed over time to value, wherein by value, you were required to meet certain local content requirements. In 1994, as
it's not showing on the left stream, they just need to press something.
Okay. Umsogoli was telling us that he was at BYD recently in China. That factory grew from a small factory that was producing batteries, and now they are the leader in terms of producing electric vehicles, far surpassing Tesla, whose owner you may know. And in BYD, there are out of more than 3,000, no, but let's put it in percentage terms. A significant percentage of their professional staff who are highly qualified, at least 50% of them are on a daily basis looking at innovation. They have qualifications in ICT related stuff. As we know that the cars now are not only for transportation purposes. They connect us as they move. And now when we are still struggling with presentations, you can imagine how far we need to cover to ensure that we are able to participate in the production of the vehicles into the future. In 1994, as it became clear that we have to open up the country, sanctions were gone, we were no longer a pariah state, and we needed to integrate to the rest of the world. We had to come up with a policy that talks to such for fear of us losing the capacity to produce vehicles. That was good. It birthed the Motor Industry Development Program, the MIDP, which came into implementation in September 1995. We found ourselves receiving huge investments and the firms locally exporting a lot of vehicles. Fortunately, a representative from one of the first movers has just come into the room. That was BMW, who led the way in terms of exporting vehicles from locally produced, from the local plant. One may argue slightly, or that in the process, some jobs were put at risk. Just to show the complexity of public policy. When that was done, it meant that manufacturing processes became more automated because we had to meet global standards. When you went to a factory floor at that time, you would find a lot of people on the floor lifting parts. If they are not fitting well, using a hammer to put them in line straight. So there were a lot of people employed by the plants relative to the production volumes. But with automation, the use of robotics, and Msogole was telling us about the automation at BYD, it meant that some people lost their jobs. But on the upside, with increasing volumes, you are bound to employ other people. And these are not EPWP jobs. These are quite highly paying jobs relatively, although some may argue that they still underpaid. So with the introduction of the MIDP, we saw this full integration into the global value chains. And a few years later, we added investment support as part of the APDP in the form of a productive asset allowance, which then became the Automotive Investment Scheme that we have today. Annually, that scheme disperses about 1.3, 1.4 billion rand. That's how much it supports the industry. And in the past 2 years, at least in 2023, on an annual basis, what was invested was about 10 billion rand by the industry. However, from 2018, it became clear that something else needs to change because we couldn't reach the targets we set ourselves for. And it became clear that more than the APDP, something else is required to grow the industry. Hence, the South African Automotive Master Plan was born, adopted late in 2018 as the first master plan in the department. However, its implementation came into the full in 2021. The master plan looked at other areas, focus areas or pillars that needed to be attended to to support the growth of the industry beyond the APDP itself. However, as you may know, having been put together in 2018, there came in COVID-19 later on, disturbing the whole environment. And therefore, the master plan as is currently, it's still our master plan. It meant that it could not achieve some of the targets it set itself. Also, in the past 2 years, December 2023, we launched an electric vehicle white paper because the industry globally has been shifting towards cleaner fuels, electric vehicles in response to climate change concerns. This shift started some time back, more than a decade ago, when we started looking into possible areas of involvement or support. About 2013, 2014, we started looking at this shift towards electric vehicles, but it took us so long because there were many skeptics along the way on how this transition will take place, but it is here now. We can see it. However, we understand that we may take longer than other jurisdictions to really transition to the use of EVs. So this is just to indicate that along the process of growth and sustaining the auto industry, government policy is quite important to direct and this growth. The industry is not without its own challenges. I indicated that South Africa is less than 1% of global production, and we have 7 OEMs at that. If anything were to happen, some of the production that we have here could be done elsewhere fairly quickly by adding a shift somewhere, be it Germany or so. And therefore, we need to ensure that by all means possible, we support this industry. The regional market has got potential from SACU, SADC, and the entire continent. It is one of those areas where there's potential for growth, for demand of automotives, because there are still fewer vehicles per 1,000 people than elsewhere in the world. So Africa is seen as a growth area. Hence, there is, one might say, a scramble again for Africa as a market. And on our side, we're participating in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement arrangements. And in that, we still trying to finalize rules of origin so that we can encourage trade within the continent. But of course, there are other challenges. Some of our neighbors still accept the importation of used vehicles from other jurisdictions, something that South Africa does not allow in order to protect the local industry. Our local content hasn't grown over the years. It still hovers around 40%. We need to attend to such to the extent that we can grow it. We understand there are challenges in that these vehicles are developed elsewhere and come to us only for production. And it turns, therefore, the development of such, for example, drivetrains, the batteries for EVs would be developed elsewhere, but we must ensure that we have a stake in all that. Our energy and logistics are still a challenge, both in terms of costs and in terms of efficiencies. Sox alluded to the revitalization of the Gauteng, Gqeberha rail line. It is something that is long overdue. So at least something is being done, but more can still be done. The stricter emissions that are imposed by other jurisdictions are also a challenge for our industry. UK and the European Union have already indicated that in the next 10 years, they won't allow the distribution of internal combustion engine vehicles anymore. And we are exporting to those jurisdictions vehicles that are produced in the country. And at the moment, we are not producing what will be required post 2035. So we need to move with speed. And lastly, the rapid expansion of productive capacity in China has also disturbed the market globally. From one might say humble beginnings, China now is the leading producer of vehicles. And also the technological advancements, they are leading that. Hence, one of their companies now is the leading producer of electric vehicles. But they are not relaxing at that. They are still growing. And they are disturbing the market, not only globally, but also in South Africa. We see a lot of brands from China that are coming in with all the bells and whistles and relatively more affordable than some of the products we are used to. It is a matter that we also need to attend to. But then, where do we see the future? Without going into detail, and Sox also touched on the South African Automotive Master Plan. What is happening this year is that we are reviewing it. As I indicated, it was adopted before COVID-19, the onset of COVID-19, before the Ukraine-Russia war. So it needs to be reviewed to ensure that it's still aligned to the environment we're in. We're keeping our targets as they are. They might be quite ambitious, but let's see what we can do to ensure that at least we move in the right direction going forward. In conclusion, a supportive policy environment is a key enabler for industrialization. That is clear. Now, with the transition to electric vehicles, we see the region and the continent that is a source of critical minerals having another opportunity to industrialize through beneficiating the minerals that we have. At the moment, as has been in the past, we just supply raw materials to whoever wants them, be it China, we import products back. And I indicated the potential that Africa has in terms of growth. On the transition, also, we need to build this EV ecosystem. Now, EVs go beyond just what we are focusing on light motor vehicles as well as trucks and buses. There are other related opportunities in motorcycles. We all experienced the growth of the last mile kind of delivery. Your Uber Eats and everybody else now can sit at home and order a pizza or anything else, and somebody will deliver it. Also, those motorcycles are being electrified. So there is an opportunity to build this ecosystem. And whilst it, I mean, there's that shift and it's expensive to get into auto manufacturing, it might be relatively easier to start building motorcycles than vehicles. So it is an opportunity not to be missed that we need to look into. Battery manufacturing, as indicated, but also the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We do have a number of charging stations in the country supporting the EVs that we already have. That would be your full electric vehicles and plug-ins. But the scope to also localize the production of those charging stations and also to train people in the required skills that support such. Fairly recently, I learned that we might be having not even 5 highly trained individuals based in the country to support these charging stations. Yes, they can do it virtually. There's one in the country supporting one kind of a group of charging stations. So he has to travel right around the country. So there's an opportunity there to get involved. And also it links also with our existing service providers, your Vodacoms and the such, because they get involved in managing those charging stations. So we need appropriate skills that would also support such. And lastly, these electric vehicles and their batteries at some stage will need to be scrapped. But there's an opportunity on the batteries that they can have a second and third life. They can be used after they become less efficient to run your vehicle. They can still be repurposed for energy storage for household use or in factories. And therefore, we need the appropriate policies and skills to ensure that we recycle those batteries in South Africa as against just exporting them back because they still have these critical minerals in them. Something that we didn't do well with catalytic converters that are fitted into the vehicles currently. Some of them get exported and the platinum is extracted elsewhere. We didn't have a full plan to recycle them. So with that, I thank you. Talking about Program Director, your request for a local brand. We've had attempts as a country to develop our own local brands. For fear of revealing my age, I won't mention names. But there are pockets, there is capacity to develop such. It's not an easy fit. It's not an affordable one at times. On the electric vehicle space, we tried about a decade ago to develop one, the Joule. Coincidentally, some of the people who were involved are those that developed our fighter jet, the Roy Falk. But taking it to market proved quite a challenge amongst other things. But we do have such pockets. They need commitment, they need the resources. I'm not sure, Sox, if the figure is correct. I think they needed about 9 billion rand to set up, which was quite unaffordable at that time. On the slide is one of the vehicles that was built by workers, you know who. That's what he said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Tatumlota, I need to just re-emphasize the quote on your closing slide about the vehicle, that the future belongs to those who prepare for it. That was Malcolm X. But you wrote on your slide that the future, rather a winner is a dreamer who never gives up. So you said we need how much? 9 billion. That was 10 years ago. Yeah, I think we can do what we do in church and start circulating a bowl. And one of these days we'll get to the 9 billion. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Mkhululi Mlota, who's the Chief Director for Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Another round of applause. I feel like I disturbed you. Thank you, sir. Let's set up for the next presenter. And as we do so, I need to highlight that I am very thankful for your presentation because you were able to give me some abbreviations that I'm going to use after the game on Saturday that Chiefs will win. I'm going to be quoting abbreviations such as SKD, CKD, or production or productive asset allowance, and they will think I'm very intelligent. Thank you very much, sir. All right. I think earlier on when we started the program, I did state that the Tshwane University of Technology is known for its focus on applied sciences and a lot of work integrated learning. And it is through entities like IFO that TUT bridges the gap between academic insight and industry readiness. And to link that to the two previous speakers, we need now to move to academia, where we'll be getting a keynote address on the reflections of academia and the industry trends. We will be looking at the role of academia in building capacity in the sector, how academia can assist the automotive industry by promoting innovation and fostering future-oriented skills. To give us that presentation from the Tshwane University of Technology, please, and you need to make a bigger round of applause, because as we were chit-chatting before the program, we complained that there were too many males in this program. For the first time, it's a female who's coming to present about automotives. So let's make a big round of applause from the Tshwane University of Technology, Miss Roxetta van der Merwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning to one and all, as I am introduced as Rosetta. Okay, as Van der Merwe. Okanibe. Okay. I am a lecturer at Tshwane University of Technology. I am in mechanical engineering, and I'm in lecturing manufacturing too. And that is final years. Actually, the whole manufacturing in the department. But today, the case study that we're going to focus on is on our final years. So the topic that I'm going to focus on, it's the integration of the e-mobility technologies into engineering curriculum through project-based learning. And this is a case study that I did within my class. When we're looking at there is an urgent need for sustainability through clean energy and reduction of carbon emissions. This has spurred innovation in the automotive industry with the e-mobility technologies. That will be electrical vehicles, for those that don't understand e-mobility technologies, being one of the most significant advantages. When you're looking at the figure, this is what we're aiming at, as having students understand the reality of electrical vehicles. The shift towards e-mobility technologies has revolutionized the automotive sectors with highlighting skills gap. And that will assist us to adapt this revolution into our institution. The EMT, which is the e-mobility technology, has components that is new, not in the classroom. For example, it works with batteries, motors, and power electronics. So these components of the electrical vehicle makes it novel towards the workforce, as well as the manufacturing industry and maintenance, which is not yet addressed within our classrooms or in our syllabus. Hence, we did a study or an examination within our classroom to see how our students are thinking and how we are going to integrate them into industry. And we did that in the Faculty of Engineering, the built environment. So when we look at our slide there, we look at it's the project-based learning. That's what the university has to introduce. Then we have electrical vehicles, and then we have the curriculum. Like I said before, this is not within our curriculum. So then we have to integrate it. And by integrating that, there's two benefits. The first benefit is we will have students that are ready and having hands-on activities, not book. And whereas we also make them industry ready. When you can talk to a mechanical student and you ask them a basic question, can you manufacture a mobile? And they have to do it with you in 1 week. So that is the aim of our project. So now when you look at the methodology that we used, there is no prior assumption. We have not given nothing. I just come to class and tell them, okay, this is a topic, you need to manufacture electrical vehicle. I lay out the project for them. They have to gather data, meaning they have to go do research. I'm not going to lecture about electrical vehicles because our time is not given enough for the semester. So that's why it's a project. So they have to collect the data. From there, they have to update every time when they come to class and ask questions so that we can see if their knowledge towards the project is accurate, and they will every time do correction before the final submission. So now what did the department observe from this is that, okay, we give them the project, the students is given the task to design a car, and they must use recyclable material. And mainly, most of the time, that is easy for all students to get is cardbox. And when you are looking at that, we are looking at the weight. And they will use their own motors. They are not funded during this project, so they have to do the project themselves. And they have to see the strength and the energy. And interesting observation, they will have seen that if they do not use the correct amount of material, which is the car box or whatever recyclable material they are using, the car will not move because of too much weight. And we'll see how it's demonstrated. Then there's that table. I'm just showing how we assess them. Okay, so with this project, what are we aiming to get our students to achieve? First thing, we need to set them for planning, because that's what they're going to receive in industry. Before you're going to have any project, did you plan how you're going to attack the problem? They say we are giving you electrical vehicle. We look at how they plan, then we look at their creativity. When we're giving you the car, telling you go manufacture electrical vehicle, I'm not giving you any specifications. So I'm looking at your creativity, and then we're going to look at your skills and teamwork, because that is one of the criteria of being in the industry or in any workplace is teamwork. You cannot manufacture anything all by yourself. That's why things takes longer if you do it by yourself. And then this project gets evaluated internally and externally. And when you see the picture there, those are real students, and they graduated yesterday. So those are the ones that did this project. I started the project with them. So they submit a report explaining the different functions of electrical vehicle. They submit a poster of the vehicle they manufactured. They submit a marketing flyer. So you must tell me how you're going to market it, and you have to sell it to us, the moderators. Then we can see if you have knowledge of what you literally manufactured and the benefits, to say that, will someone buy it? We're just giving them slightly marketing skills. So those are the submissions. And then when we look at the next vehicle, may you please click on the first click? So these are the three different, I'm going to give you three different videos. So that you have A, please click on B. May you please click on C, the video C. So this is only out of the 30 projects, I took these three. When we're looking at these 3 projects, it's 3 different projects, but still keeping the concept. The concept was manufacture an electrical vehicle, and no resources was given to them. So they have to come up with an idea. And what I loved about all three and all of the projects is when we look at it, there's no identical project. From A, B, C, can you see they had different ways of attempting? So it means without having industry knowledge and just basic academic knowledge, we have intelligent, smart students ready for industry if industry is willing to absorb and coming within academics before they go out. Then we can see the way we have then we can see how we can develop a South Africa with technicians or engineers that are fully ready from academia, not going into industry and still need training, because that gap is widely bridged. So this, with this project, what we observe is like, okay, what conclusion is that we did the study within our course. One thing, what did our students obtain? They obtained handwork experience. It is not book. So if you get any student that I've lectured, they cannot just quote it to you. They can apply. They have project planning because you are given this project within 1 month. Because we know in today's society, I cannot give you 3 months because you're going to take time. So there is a demand of we need to be innovative, move. So project planning, they have to do this project within 1 month. The application of science and engineering knowledge. When you say application of science and engineering knowledge, simply things, what were they using? Card box. Some started using sensors. If you see all the first electrical vehicle, what they used, they said we wanted the sensor because our vehicle so that it can sense if it comes to close to a barrier. Others were using even building garages. So then you have engineering design and professionalism. If you look at the picture that I showed you, all of them wore overalls and they knew how to present their project. And then lastly was teamwork. This is one thing we get examined by EXA, Engineering Council, and one of our criteria for the department to pass is, are your students able to work in a team? And if the department fails putting students into group, the department will not get accredited. Then it means the department will fail. So in final conclusions, the study underscored the potential of industry-academia collaboration in curriculum development. It was therefore recommended that partnership with automotive industry companies and technology firms will provide TUT students access to cutting-edge resources and real-world application through their learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Ms. Roxetta van der Merwe. I saw the gentlemen in that table that I'm sitting on shaking their heads and like, van der Merwe. Mara umnyama mus. It's GNU. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are now going to move to a panel discussion. But before we do that, because I'm the master of ceremonies, I have all the powers. I'm going to change the program a bit. We have a comfort break that is scheduled to start in about 8 minutes for 20 minutes. So this is what we're going to do to allow the team to set up for a panel discussion. We are going to take a comfort break now for 10 minutes and then do the panel discussion. Then I will afford you an additional 10 minutes after that for another comfort break. This will be dependent on how disciplined is my panel in time management. So by so saying, thank you very much for your engagement. A round of applause for all our speakers for the first session. It is now 10:47. Can we come back at exactly 11 o'clock to carry on with the panel discussion? Thank you very much. strategic think tanks like the IFO that help TUT to be research focused, where we put forward dialogues, and prepare South Africa for a workforce that is future ready. Following the presentations that we had in the morning, we will now engage in a panel discussion. And leading the panel will be Mr. Zidiso Muhlomi, who's the Senior Director for IFO. Let us give him a round of applause as he comes to the fourth. I will also now invite our panelists who are the speakers from this morning's session, starting with the representative from TASEZ to come forward. Let's give him a round of applause again. I am very careful not to say your name because you said your name doesn't represent you. And then also joining in on this panel for discussion, it will be Ms. Roxetta van der Merwe and Academia from the Tshwane University of Technology. Please come forward, Ms. Roxetta. Last but not least, it's the Chief Director from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, who is Mr. Mkhululi Mlotha, also joining the panel. Welcome, sir. A round of applause for him as well. Over to you, Ntate Mhlomi. Use this one.
Good morning. I was told that I needed to be loud, and the only time I actually used to be loud was when I was a pastor. And so over the years, I have been using louder mics than being loud myself. But it's a privilege to be standing here and with this esteemed panel. And I am going to be asking them a few questions, but also then I will be integrating some of the questions that we have received online. And but before I do that, let me actually applaud them for a rich content that they have produced. And I have learned a lot of things and new terms. And so next time when you hear me speaking English, I would be adding the words like catalytic converter, all those things. Let me start with Utatum Sokoli, Tazes. The reason that he kick-started the conversation is two reasons. One, the Institute for Future of Work and Tazes have signed an MOU, which will be basically focusing on research and development, and also then the Tazes Academy. We will be focusing in terms of developing the skills. Then the second reason I have also then wanted him to start was for him to paint the picture in regard to the need and the capacity and the opportunities within the sector. And I want to start with this question, Tatum Sokoli. Global demand, from the perspective of the numbers with the cars versus our ability to deliver. And I would want you to basically answer the question based on two things. One, the technology and the human capacity. You are hosting about 13 manufacturers at Tazes. So as a country, are we able to meet the global demand? Do we have the capacity? So that is the question that I would like you to answer.
Thank you, Program Director. I think your question, if I may repeat so that I understand, whether as a country do we have the capacity to meet global demands?
Correct.
Most definitely, of course, there is continuous improvement. If I were to make an example, I think some of the colleagues that have been in the industry will attest to this. BMW, when they were doing a 3 Series, for 5 years consecutively. Now, how you measure quality in a fully built unit, it's the number of faults that you find in a fully built unit. So the lesser number of faults you find, that becomes the best quality. In all the BMW facilities in the world, BMW South Africa consistently for 5 years had the least number of faults. So what that then talks to, it talks to the people that are actually doing the assembly of those cars with regards to capacity, with regards to skills, consistency, that shows that we can. That's one example in place. If you look at another example that we have, when Ford globally wanted to introduce new technology, if you look at the current facility that is within the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, it's the only one facility in the whole world that is the most technologically advanced. So if there was no trust that South Africa as a country can handle, that would not have been tested in South Africa. That's one element. The third element, that we do have capacity. In the whole world, the only place that does the plug-in hybrid for the Ford Ranger is South Africa. So they didn't use any other plant in Mexico, in USA, or anywhere in the world. They chose South Africa because there is trust in terms of the level of skill, the level of commitment and competency. So yes, with regards to capacity, we do. However, there is one challenge that as a country, the 62% that we're exporting to more than 148 countries, 45% of that export goes to UK and the European Union. Now, as Umkhululi indicated, they are passing laws that in 2026, they'll be imposing taxes in terms of your carbon tax. 2030, they will not be importing any internal combustion engines. 2025, European Union, 0. That poses a challenge to us as a country, that we are a base for internal combustion engines manufacturing. So that is the challenge that we need to shift. So yes, we have the capacity. Of course, there is room for improvement as we shift from internal combustion engines to new energy vehicles. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let me get to the DTIC. Somebody said that I should not hold back because I look like I'm protecting the government. Babunkululi, you touched on the issue around the transformation. You also touched on the issue around policies. Now, a question that came from some of the people that are watching the live stream is this one. What policies does the government use to encourage local vehicle design and manufacturing instead of foreign design and sometimes locally assembled vehicles? Basically, the question is, we are the assemblers and not the designers of the vehicles. Now, from the perspective of localization, policy, transformation, what do we have as the government?
Thank you, Program Director. From the onset, let me agree that we don't have enough support for such. We have in the past, using the minimal kind of support that we have, as a government through the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation now, and other associated agencies, developed pockets of innovative products and systems. But we seem to struggle taking such ideas to commercial production. There is a gap that is acknowledged. However, through our schemes and the evolution thereof over time, the benefits that are provided to the industry are increasingly linked to local value addition. In that local value addition, research is taken into consideration amongst others. But for a variety of reasons, you would find that because the initial development of such vehicles generally happens at identified few locations globally, mostly close to the head offices. Yes, we do find some work in that respect as we get involved to a degree in customizing vehicles for local conditions. But from the government side, our investment in research and design kind of work, there still is a gap that we acknowledge. But as I indicated also, our policy environment for the auto industry specifically is undergoing a review this year. And those are some of the issues that we'll be looking at on how best we can deploy the available resources to ensure that we sustain and grow the industry that we have. And we are also investing in relevant kind of systems and products for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, let's come to academia. I think one of the things that the observation that I have made is like these days, female engineers are becoming beautiful. Rosette, I listened to you. You spoke about the approach that you are taking from the perspective of inculcating new skills. My question would then be, with the emergence of technology, the rapid changes in the industry, is the curriculum that we have currently the perfect fit for us, number one? Number two, from the perspective of agility, in terms of making sure that our graduates are future ready, how agile are the institutions of higher learning? And also then, how can the industry assist? Because one of the key problems with the project-based learning, industries might need to open their factory floors. So how supportive are the industry in that?
Thank you so much, sir, for your question. Okay, I will answer the first question about, is the curriculum appropriate? One thing we must know, I do not know, I will talk about Tshwane University of Technology. We do not have a course called Automotive. So automatically with that, there's a gap. There is no course that is integrating automotive. We don't have a subject called automotive. So with that, I'm repeating it, is a gap. So what we do as lecturers, because we are trying to be innovative and relevant to today's world, whenever you teach something, you have to be relevant as well in order to improve your students. So we do the integration with minimum resources. For example, at the mechanical department, everyone knows we are very mechanical and mechatronics department. We are well known for the budget, and we always win in the budget. But it's a minimum amount of students that participate in that project. We have also successfully did the solar car for a number of years, and TUT have won. But that is the lecturer, the mechatronics lecturer can only take a specific number of students, about 20, let's say about 30 out of 500 mechanical students. That gap is huge. Why would we say so? Because there is no funds, no integration, or no demand that industry is coming to put on the university. So our curriculum is just based on what has been moving from, we just integrated from, oh, it was done like this in 2020, so 2025. So when you become a new lecturer, you think like, come, let's integrate the new thing. So even when you're looking at people in our curriculum, now and then we do communicate with our students about solar car, about EV car. It's a communication, but it's not a demand. So how can industry and government come in? First thing we must remember, when we're changing a curriculum, it will cost us money. Why the department is not changing the curriculum? It costs money. There's demands for preparing a new course. So in that way, how can industry also come in? Place a demand on government and on institution to bridge the gap. Because now we are moving away for carbon emission cars. Now we are moving to EV. That technology is different. The make of the car, the design of the car is going to be different. So the minimum resources the department or the lecturer puts on, it's only out of 100%, let's say we're trying at least to put 10 to 20% in, but it's still not efficient. I heard our speaker to my left said, or to the right said, they went to China. China, they say we don't have resources for design. We have the best mechanical engineers in Tshwane University. Give us a design, we will do it. We have CAD lecturers. We have CAD, we have drawing lecturers. That's what we give our students first year to final year. We have design lecturers. But why are we not putting a demand on government and institution as industry to say, here is our demand and you are not giving us the technicians? You're going to take China as one of becoming a world or first-class world country, and they're doing it by themselves. They are not calling South Africans to come to them, but we are going to them. And I want the time where we are revolutionizing it, that China, Europe come to us for our ideas. When you look at my videos, I just drew our students into the deep to see how they are thinking. And then if you can agree with me, they did well for themselves, for someone that is not even taught about EV. So if I can throw someone for 1 month into the deep, how much more if you can place at TUT mechanical department, you go to the dean, you put the HODs down, you say, it is a demand, it's compulsory. You and I will get the best student. So government needs to start getting in, like, we need to change the curriculum, here is the funds. Education is the future. Your institution is the future. Industry must come and say, government, VC of Tshwane University Technology, we're placing a demand on mechanical and mechatronics department. Please, we need to change there. Move into the Engineering Council of South Africa to tell them, Engineering Council of South Africa, this is the requirements for this department to qualify. They got government support, they got industry support, and we are moving forward. We are not going to go out anymore. Our local products will be produced. We are not placing, we are too proud, proud when I say excited to go to other countries and forgetting to source within ourselves. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. One of the things that the Tshwane University of Technology have started the Institute for Future of Work is the issue around agility. Universities are part of a system that is very rigid, that moves very slow, especially in the changing development of curriculum. And the Institute for the Future of Work has been designed in such a way that it engage the industry, understand what the industry wants, and agilely move with the industry. And so I'm glad that you have raised those issues that you have raised. Now, we are going to open for few questions. We are chasing time, but we don't want to chase you away. So I will take about 3 questions from the floor. There's one here. We have one. Where's the second one? Okay, we have another one this side, and there is one there at the back. So 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. I am Zakani Zwane. I'm with Wekona, Women Economic Assembly. And my question, in fact, I have a lot, but I'll just stick to one. So we want to reach the 1% globally in terms of manufacturing. We are not there yet. We have kept our place in the continent, as you've said, but now Morocco is coming. What are we doing about that? We cannot have Morocco come and surpass South Africa. So what is it that we are learning from them? What are they doing that we are not? And how are we going to ensure that we keep our position at least in the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a transformation question and also the building of capacity. There's a hand this side.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to our panelists with very engaging presentations. My name is Pauline Ju. I'm a postdoctoral student under the Department of Electrical Engineering at TUT. Our first panelist indicated that there would be an absence of OEM. So my question is, what hinders local manufacturing? And what are the main vehicle components that are really urgent that we can develop within the local market? Our second presenter indicated some of the industry challenges that we have, which I will highlight only 2, which is the energy and logistic cost and efficiency, and the stricter emission regulation standards. I just wanted to inform our panelists that TUT is well positioned to take the electric vehicle transition support plan that is starting in 2026. Under the leadership of Professor Thomas Olwell, we will be opening 2 labs under the battery research as well as EV charging infrastructure development and innovation research development in TUT by 2026. Therefore, we are eager to help and develop the systems going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another one there at the back, and then we will hand over to the panelists.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nelisa, and I'm doing advanced diploma in supply chain management. So So my question to the panel is, every day we are seeing new cars like the Havals and our GWM. So should we not be a threat of losing business with Germans or the Europeans? Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, there are three questions, and I would want to basically allow you, each one of you, to actually choose Masketela, which one you want to respond. We'll start with you, Babu Msogol.
Thanks. I think I'll take a bite in in all three. There is a saying that says that there was this king and who relied on his generals. Everybody knew the sound of an elephant, but nobody has seen an elephant. So when they hear the sound, the king will send the general so that they can come back and tell the king, how does an elephant look like? So those that are short will climb a tree. Because they want to rush back and tell the king, they see a mountain moving. They will say an elephant looks like a moving mountain. Those that are afraid will crawl under the trees, will see the feet moving. They will say an elephant looks like a tree trunk that is moving. But when you put together all these different pieces, you'll be able to see the full picture of an elephant. So I will take a bite and probably bring in a particular angle. With the first question in terms of Morocco overtaking, what are we doing about it? I think with regards to Morocco, we were the first ones as the country that started manufacturing. For the longest of times, we've been number one. But it has always been an element of the supply to Europe in terms of the market share. Now, if you look at the Morocco, where it is, as well as the what's the English word? To liberalize the Arab world. Now that most of the Arab countries are now integrating with the European Union. So the proximity of Morocco to Europe, the time it takes for cars that are produced in Morocco to reach Europe, because it's the biggest consumer, it makes them then to be competitive from a logistics point of view. If you look at the distance between Morocco and Europe versus the distance between South Africa and the rest of the world, we're quite far. So that's one element that makes, because remember, decisions are taken globally. The headquarters of all the OEMs takes decision. What happens is each country, it's like hosting a World Cup. If there is a Ford plant in South Africa, a Ford plant in Brazil, Ford plant in Morocco, whatever the OEM is, they all put a bid to the head office that the next model as a particular country will be able to make it the best. So a decision as to what it gets produced where is taken in the headquarters. So because of its proximity, that becomes one element that makes them to be more competitive from a logistics point of view. There was a question on the absence of SA OEMs. I think the context with regards to that statement was the fact that the local content remains at 39% to 40%. We are unable, for 100 years, it still averages 39%. So the issue then is, if there were to be a South African OEM, what Umkhululi was making reference to, where there will be loyalty and a proudly South African drive by a local OEM, they will then have an 80% local content because it's a South African OEM. So in this instance, in the absence of a SA OEM, we are ever relying on multinationals to take decisions on our behalf. We get given a script as a country, as long as there is that absence, so we will remain where we are. There was a question to say, new cars on the road, every other car you see, it's a Chinese company. Are we not afraid that the Germans, already that threat, if you Google and search, how many plants Volkswagen has closed down over the last 3 years? How many plants has Ford closed down? BMW. It is coming. but we need to be ready as a country. When that happens, where will it be? What are we going to do? So I've just taken a bite. I think I'll give also to other colleagues.
We have a lot of Chinese brands coming into South Africa recently. I think our market is serviced in the main by imports, leading source country being India. Remember that some of the OEMs that we have here, we encouraged them to rationalize their production so that they can produce fewer vehicles in terms of brands, but at higher volume. And then they can import whatever they do not produce. Therefore, you find a BMW only producing the X3 in South Africa, with the others from your sedans and other X's, and the Mini being imported. Now, some companies like a Toyota, for example, would be producing the Hilux and the Fortuner in South Africa, and the Corolla Cross. But the other smaller vehicles and larger ones, they are importing, and most of those would be imported from India. In the past decade, India grew to be a hub to supply those smaller vehicles. For a variety of reasons, mainly the production costs, and that includes the availability of skills in the country and the cost thereof. Such a country now is supplying most of what we see on our roads. Double what is coming in from China at the moment. That picture might change. With China as well, perhaps it would be interesting just for one to get a sense of their growth in the auto industry. They grew because they invested heavily in their people, in their infrastructure over time. Fortunately for them, they had the resources. Secondly, they grew because they are quite a large country, which means the market potential was very huge, to the extent that everyone was rushing to go to China. When in South Africa, we were saying, let's have a BEE. And they were complaining, they still complain. In China, they were told, if you want to come in here, there must be Chinese, the shareholding should be at this level, 50% or so, management and everything else. And we will tell you where to set up. They went because the market was quite huge. So on the balance of things, they would go. We sent, at some stage, we were exporting vehicles to China, your BMWs. When China set up a BMW plant, they asked staff from South Africa, South Africa was the first BMW plant outside Europe, to go assist. But they grew exponentially. One other OEM also sent one of former leaders to go and manage a plant in China, which grew. So everybody wanted to go to China, and in the process, China invested in their capability, putting their money in developing, in partnership with the global OEMs that existed then. But in the process, they were studying, they were developing their own, one would say they do a lot of reverse engineering with a view to coming up and be innovative. The company that SOX visited recently, in its employ has more than 100,000 engineers. who is their mandate to come up with new ideas and so on. 100,000 in one company. They have stronger linkages with institutions of learning, universities. Some of them also co-fund universities, that is the companies based in China. So there is a gap, as we heard, that perhaps as in South Africa, we need that closer collaboration. I'm glad with what TUT is doing, but also as we are reviewing our master plan, if you look at it, we have a pillar that looks at skills. And in that pillar, the idea is to ensure that all the relevant parties sit around the table, plan, and ensure that they canvass the required resources to support the auto industry. I can extend an invitation now to TUT to make sure that they are part of such work streams on skills. Of course, we will prepare formal invitations as we complete the review and refocus our attention or reprioritize going forward. But there is a gap definitely in terms of what the industry requires and the kind of training that takes place. And it will affect the industry and the innovation that takes place. What hinders local manufacturing? One can immediately say resource availability. That's a key element. The funds to do it, the resolution, the ambition to do it at scale. By the way, there are a couple of South African families and companies or family-owned firms that have developed vehicles in the country. One of them is in the Free State, Nogal. In some farm, they are making a car, a supercar at that, which is a niche kind of a vehicle that participates in some races globally. They've been making that car for more than a decade now, but the government policy is looking at supporting the industry's mass production element of it. Not a company, somebody would be manufacturing 2 cars per year in his garage, unfortunately. So there gets to be a further strain on that company in terms of resource availability. So we do have the capability to design and make our own cars, but we have this mismatch of resources at the moment. It is something to be looked at to the extent that partnerships may be required. As I indicated, China grew its industry through partnerships with existing global firms. Perhaps it's one area that we can look into as South Africa, wherein we partner with some of these lesser known Chinese companies that we can co-produce, co-brand the vehicles, but also we talk to the demand side. For example, we've been struggling as officials within government to encourage the state to look at buying and using locally produced vehicles unless there is no available product for a particular use. It pains us at times when you can see our army, our police driving in a vehicle, in a Tata vehicle produced in India, when we have so many buggy manufacturers in the country. But one sitting in procurement is like the cheapest and quicker and other things that may come into play. So we need also to take care as a state, as patriots, to make sure that we support our local businesses. They don't depend fully on exports. Socks touched on Morocco. Yes, the proximity to Europe, because they are producing, they have just maybe almost equaled us in production volumes, but those vehicles are destined for Europe. Their market size is less than us, maybe 60% of ours, so they are not taking in, they're exporting more than they need in the country. So that's what has driven them to grow. The investments, the decisions taken elsewhere are seeing Morocco as a cheaper place to produce that is quite adjacent to them, whereas we are at least 8,000 kilometers from the EU and UK. So that plays a part. And of course, the issues with our energy situation, energy reliability and cost are not helping. I can remember a time when we went around the world attracting industries to come to South Africa because we had the cheapest electricity. But those days are a distant memory at this point in time. So there's a lot that needs to be done from the state side in terms of the infrastructure, both for energy and logistics. Thank you.
He took so much of your time. Be nice.
I'll be short.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. You know, when I'm listening, I'm going to answer it from the academia point of view, and I'm trying to answer it as in one. There is a concern here of Morocco taking over. There's a concern there the Chinese is creating threat between South Africa's relationship with Germany and China. And then there's a concern, an innovation that has been raised and has not been touched. But I'm going to say with the threats is that from industry point of view, I would suggest or recommend use your resources. We are graduating. Let's make it minimum, but I know it's more. At least minimum 300 mechanical engineers. Minimum at least a year, talking the whole South Africa, not TUT. Minimum logistics, she said she's from the logistic and management department. Minimum 300 per year, which is not so, it's more. I'm talking if it's the whole South Africa. I heard of China using their resources, and one of the country's resources, it is people. That's the greatest resource you have. Whatever you have, use it. Like I told you, I told the students, use card box. We are not training our people, not students anymore, our people to think independently so that we can just move. And in government, if government is watching us, use your resources. We cannot always hear China, India. These are big countries. We are big because we have the biggest minds. South Africa is one of the most intelligent people in Africa, but we are not using our resources. He said, he asked the question, he said, where can we come in? The question is our youth being brushed off, or is it that government is only focusing on collaborating outside instead of saying, we have here, let's collaborate. But I'm saying as industry, please just attack them. Say, okay, we have a PhD in electrical engineering. What is his future in that EV? Let's put China, put South Africa, put India. We learn from their knowledge because we would want to know how come they become so quick. There's something we can learn. There's something we don't have. And we as South Africans, as lecturers, we are willing to learn. If it means you're going to take us for 1 month to China, or China can come, or online, we are willing to learn because we have more graduates than employing students. And that's why the crime is increasing. We talk about the automotives. You know, when you look at the new cars, for now, it's difficult to hack them, to break into them. for now. But because the unemployment rate is going to become so great, your car will be stolen within 2 seconds. Why? Because our people are hungry and they are not being utilized. We have more graduates than where we're going to employ skills into our graduates in real life. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Ikiwe kundwani, Kesh. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think what we, with this panel and the previous speakers, one, we agree that yes, we are capable, but we are not at a stage where we can call ourselves world beaters. Number two, we agreed that there are opportunities, both for the industry, government, and academia. And number three, we have also agreed that we need each other. So that is the summary. Thank you so much. You have been quite lovely. Program Director.
A round of applause for our panel, as well as our heroic facilitator, Ntate Mhlomu, who kept time. Earlier on, I said this cat is liwe inja. Manje kunamagundwana. This cat. Okay, we will take that second 10 minutes comfort break that I promised you. Let us be back at 12 o'clock to start the next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. request that we move back to our chairs so that we can continue with the program. The colleagues at the tea station, can you make your way back to your seats, please?
Can you take it out and then again?
What do you want to do?
Presenting again. The other side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that break. I promise the next break will be longer because that will be the end of the program. We will be moving to the second part of our seminar, but before we do that, I wish to invite Ntate Mhlomi. There's just some few activities that we need to do here. Please, Ntate Mhlomi, a round of applause for him again. If they knew. A round of applause for Mr. All right. Let us just show some appreciation to our speakers. I give them a token of appreciation from the Tshwane University of Technology as well as IFO. We'll start with Ntatem Sokolin Tombana, the Executive Business Development from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economics Zone. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, got TUT Rafana nyana la bona ne. And then let us also show our appreciation for the Chief Director from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir. From the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, our senior lecturer, Rosetta van der Merwe. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much to our wonderful panel. And thank you very much to Ntate Mhlomi. Ntate Mhlomi, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Now we move to another part of our program. I think it's important that our minds were stimulated when we were doing the first part, whereby the bigger question that was posed mainly to the government is, when is this car coming? And we hope that the next set of industry leaders will also elevate that message and echo it. And starting the second session, detailing the challenges to transformation and a more inclusive sector participation, and also highlighting the considerations as the sector evolves with global trends and emerging technology. Let us welcome from AITF. I laughed about these abbreviations earlier on because they're not really the easy abbreviation to say. AITF. Let's welcome the Chief Investment Officer, Mr. Tepo Rapudi, to carry on with the conversation. AITF actually stands for what, Mr. Tepo? Let's start there. Give him a round of applause.
Should I use this one? Okay. Program Director, thank you. Maybe before I start with I've prepared is to define what the AITF stand for, the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund. And this is also an opportunity to utilize to say, what do we do? But I'll be not following protocol if I don't greet everybody. And thank you, Program Director. And thank the institution for inviting us for this conversation about the future of a very critical sector, which is the automotive. Our colleagues from DTIC that we work with, I've seen NACAM, I've seen NAPSA, I've seen some of the colleagues from the automotives, I've seen BMW colleagues here. We're greeting you and our future automotive participants, which is our students. Thank you for being with us here. When you are given an opportunity to talk after those great speakers, you've got two challenges. Either what you're going to say, it's going not to be in line with what they've said, or you've got an opportunity to build up on what they've said. I've been requested to come and talk about how do we transform the automotive sector landscape in South Africa. Obviously, ours as Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, our core is to transform the sector. As I've said, I want to use the opportunity to also introduce of who we are. We are a fund that is established by the 7 OEMs. If you remember earlier, the speaker from the first speaker spoke about 7 OEMs that have got production capacity in South Africa. We are a fund that has been established by those 7 OEMs, being BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Isuzu, Toyota, Ford, Nissan, and VW. So the fund has been established in terms of the EIP program. And this is the first problem that we need to deal with as a country, that we need to recognize that the sector itself, it's multinationally owned. So as a South Africa, one of the speakers spoke that we really do not have our own manufacturing capacity or our own OEM. So we are multinationally owned, but because we need to transform ourselves, the 7 OEMs came together and said, we're going to put a fund that will be focusing on the transformation within the auto sector. But before I get into some of the issues that I've been asked to deal with, let me put together a scenario and building up on what the speakers have spoken about. We are living in a global uncertainty that all of us will agree that while you're sitting or when you wake up, you can wake up, you look on Twitter, things have changed. We've seen the US changing tariffs. The first one which I think shook the sector was the 25% import tariffs on all the imports that were going to US. Automatically that, what it meant that as a sector, South Africa, because you will have heard one of the speakers that we are export driven. What BMW is producing in Roslyn, the X3s, if you go there today, they are left side X3s that are meant for exporting. So exporting, it means in the country of receiving, it's an import. So automatically that went and shook our our sector. Lucky enough, I think with the pause, the government will come up with the solutions. The other speaker spoke about the EU emissions, meaning that the products that today we are producing as a country, tomorrow when they get to EU, which I think it's one of the biggest export region, that region will go and say, but your product, it's not in compliance with the regulations. So we need to start thinking as a sector, where are we playing and where is the sector going? The Chinese, I mean, one speaker spoke about the Chinese in terms of what they are doing, their industrialization of the sector. I think we are starting to see it, that China has moved ahead of everyone, and that it means they've created capacity and they want me and you to consume what they've created as a capacity. But locally, what are we doing? And I'm going to build up on my colleagues from DTIC in terms of the APDP2, the NEV incentives. I think it's a good move that we're moving. The issue of lobbying regarding the AGOA around the tariffs, and how do we strategize around the BRICS and other market. Automatically, that it means as a country we need to start changing. How do we get the policy right? How do we get our investment aligned in terms of where the sector is going? I thought, let me, because the colleagues have really given us some good thoughts in terms of where the sector is. I thought maybe just to bring it to reality, what is it's happening in the global trends? What we are seeing is that by Q1 there was projection that 98.7 units in 2025 will be produced, which is an increase of 2.7. What I want us to think about, colleagues, is that 0.6% that we say South Africa it's bringing. It's bringing in this basket of 98.7. So in the global space, and that 0.6%, it's what? 600,000 units. I want us to sit and reflect that globally, production is sitting at almost 99 million units. We are doing 600,000. The second part is the biggest buyer, which is the US. We're seeing decline in terms of sales and so forth. And why it's US important or the EU important? What we are producing here, it's earmarked for export. So when you see those kind of countries where they are seeing decline, you get worried whether you will see volume. And I think one of the things that we're going to talk about throughout is the sector is volume driven. When we are building up to the challenges that I've been requested to talk about, we must be able to recognize the issue of volume. NEV adoption, we are anticipating that it will grow by 30% globally, taking 15.1 million units. If you go to China today, and Obama, he will tell you that when you go to China, cars are even marked with green stickers, so showing that this car is electric vehicle. You know, if you go to the infrastructure in China, it's easy to access the infrastructure and so forth. The logistics or freight disruption, while we are saying we want to produce the 0.6 or the 1%, other challenges that as a country we're faced with goes and create more challenges that you can have cars produced, but they cannot be able to be moved elsewhere. But I don't think out of that story, we don't have a good story to tell. In Q1 or by March this year, we've seen 12.5% year-on-year increase in units sold. This, because in the last year, we've seen issues about disposable incomes affecting new car sales. We've seen consumers going towards second-hand cars and so forth, meaning that if you've got more consumer going for second-hand cars, you will have a challenge that the new cars that are produced, they may not be consumed. But there is a good story that we are seeing lots of consumers buying new cars. But we're also seeing a good story that by March 2025, we've seen an increase in export. And I've seen my colleagues from NAMSA here, they're going to be talking more about these numbers in terms of where are we seeing the country going when we get to the next, probably the year or the next coming few months. Because volume matters. The production volume, the selling volume matters in terms of the sector to be able to be sustainable. This slide, colleagues, is the summary of what our colleagues went and spoke about. You cannot talk about transformation in the automotive sector without touching on the SAM 2035. It's a master plan that all of us have got to be looking towards, making sure that we achieve the objectives. In 2015, when it was crafted, before its adoption, we're sitting at 0.6 global production, 39% local content, employment, 120, 1% gross value add. What the master plan wanted to achieve, which is the middle column, is that we want to be at 1%. And let me talk about the goals and where we are today. We wanted to be at 1%. 1% of the 98 million. We're still sitting at 0.6%. I've said volume matters. Employment, we wanted to be sitting at double. I think I've seen some stats, but we have seen that the employment is not growing as what the SAM 2035 wanted to achieve. We wanted to see 25% gross value add. This is your black industrialists, the entrepreneurship capacity of the country. When we talk about China, China will have produced its own black industrialist. It will have produced its own industrial action on which the Chinese are involved in the production. Where are we sitting at? 5%. This stat talks back to the volume that we have spoken about. Program Director, let me deal with what I've been asked to zoom into. What is the challenge of transformation within the automotive landscape within South Africa? My colleagues have touched on the fact that the sector is globally managed, companies, multinational companies. One speaker was giving an example that today, when we are talking about a new model that will be produced, South Africa as a country, if it's Ford, if it's Nissan wants to produce a particular model of Nissan, they've got to go and compete with everyone else. That is a model production at a plant in South Africa. Automatically, once they win that particular model, it is not guaranteed that the next level, which is tier 1, they will go and say, okay, now you've given us a model, we will go into South Africa and get everyone to be able to procure from the tier 1 point of view. Procurement also happens at that to say, okay, these are the tier 1s, which I think it's another challenge that we're sitting with that. When you get at the tier 1, you will find out of that 141, Mr. Mkuleli, I don't know the stats we've got there, that you will find that the big ones, they're also multinationals. Now, the question is, if OEMs are multinational, tier 1s are multinationals, and procurement is happening at headquarters, what influence do we have as a country? I think these kind of conversations, it's well on which we need to be able to come up with solutions. Now, that it's a global challenge that even somebody in another country, it's bidding for the model they will be exposed to. We have got challenges that, as a country locally, we need to be able to at least deal with them. We can get the automotive sector to come up with solution around potential entrants. And these are your small, medium enterprises. These are your black industrialists. Because we know that somewhere else, we cannot be able to influence or participate. But there are challenges that same people that we say we need to be able to put them to be able to come and participate. I mean, if you want to be in the automotive sector, we know that quality is one of the biggest things that you need to adhere to. Meaning what you are producing, you need to be able to pass the quality. The competitiveness, we know that when you are local, the other manufacturing competitors, you are competing globally and so forth, we have spoken about. But two things that I think they are of interest for me from the AITF, it's funding. I think one government official once and said, South Africa is not short of money. South Africa is the question of how do we use this money? So the issues of funding these initiatives to be able to get the sector to be competitive, how do we be able to respond to that? The last option is, while we want to have challenges that our entrepreneurs are faced with, it's access to market. And for me, access to market has got to talk to actual contracts, which either a tier 1 or a tier 2 or an OEM is providing to this particular entrepreneur, because there's no need for you to start a business that will not have sales. So our local SMEs are faced with these 4 challenges that in the sector, for them, before they can be competitive, they need to be able to pass. But before you can even, after you've passed these challenges, you've got other issues that you need to deal with, which is your economic barrier, your capital expenditure, the taxes that were exposed to, the direct cost of supply, the ease of doing business, as we would have seen that South Africa is highly regulated environment. How do you pass those things? The skills barrier. We are here at TUT today, and we are saying entrepreneurs, as much as they need to be able to run businesses, they need to be supported by skills. And I think our colleagues from Mercedes are going to get deep and say, where are the skills gap? The sector will not be successful if it is not supported by the skills and so forth. Now, the question is, you as AITF, what are your objectives and what can you do to assist the ecosystem, to assist this sector? So as I've said, we are formed by the 7 OEMs. They've put together 6 billion. This 6 billion, it's made up of 2.2 billion of it, it's made up of the cash contribution, meaning that we are ready and available to fund businesses that are in the automotive value chain. At the same time, the same OEMs, under the same EIP, they've got to provide, once you become a qualifying beneficiary and your business is viable, they provide what we call access to market. Ours, if you check the 2 triangles that we've provided them, we are showing a sector that it's heavily on the upper level, which is OEMs and the tier 1s, less participation in the tier 2 and tier 3. We'll want to see a sector on which this triangle changes, on which we are deepening at the tier 2 and tier 3, because at tier 2 and tier 3, that is where on which, if you deepen that, it means you will be able to support your tier 1s and OEMs. Instead of them importing certain components, you go and say, we have got capacity locally to be able to do that. And that will also be assisting in reaching the goals of job creation, as we've seen, or we know that the country needs to get into that. This slide, I think, it just talks about what we've done. I think one of the notable projects that we just want to highlight is the program that 2 years ago, we partnered with the TUT and other sector colleagues, where we developed 22 women-owned businesses to be future of the dealership network, for them to be able not to run the dealerships, but to own the dealerships. But I don't think today we need to have a conversation about the downstream. Today we need to have a conversation about how do we meaningfully participate at the upper stream. I think this slide talks about the scorecard about the sector, which I think I've touched on in terms of production. We've seen some growth, we've seen sales in growth. The local content I've already indicated that, we're not seeing some growth. We've seen export, NEV progress, and so forth. That, what we have been putting a picture is the issues that we're faced with. Now, the question is, how do you transform this industry going forward? I think we are of the view that SAM 2035 needs to be able to be, it's a good concept paper that if it's implemented in full, I think the country is going to be able to benefit a lot. Our alignment in support of 2035 pillars, especially the industrial development and the localization, because that is where you will be able to reach other issues. The issues about the regional integration, because it's a low-hanging fruit, the regional integration, because we've said only Morocco can compete with us. It means others, they may need support from us, or they need support from us. Do we go and behave like other ones that are developed, that are importing into South Africa, or do we go and say, Namibia, you've got copper. Copper, it's used in the automotive space. How do we collaborate? Maybe in closing, Program Director, is to touch on where is, so as the organization, we want to challenge the automotive players, including the future generation, to say, we are going somewhere as a sector. Ours is to get projects that are aligned in terms of, one, the current status quo, supporting what is happening today on the ground. But we've also identified, I think this, it's aligned with one of the slides which the DTIC has presented. What we are looking for is the projects that, one, are supporting the NEV infrastructure, charging infrastructure. Colleagues, the charging infrastructure today, it's imported. The question is, do we have electrical engineers that once everything has been put together, they can go and support those infrastructure? Or we're going to also import the skills to come and support this? Because the moment you go and roll out this infrastructure, somebody needs to support it. Do we have skills to support this charging infrastructure? But beyond skills to support what is being rolled, why can't we create our own assembling of this charging infrastructure? The tier 2 and tier 3 component manufacturing, gearing up into where the sector is transforming into, are we getting those companies ready? Or we will realize 10 years later to say, wow, everywhere we are driving, like today we are seeing the Chinese cars, the Indian cars, we will realize later on that everywhere we are driving, it's electric vehicles, and we do not have local capacity. Are we getting our factories changed in line with that? And we want projects in that space. The battery value chain. I think some of the materials that are used in the battery space, we do have them in South Africa. Are we able to integrate them instead of just exporting material? Can we beneficiate this material? And logistics, I think we spoke about. So in simpler, colleagues, I think as AITF, what we are saying is that The sector requires two types of transformation. The first transformation, it's coming from the country imbalances, that as a country, from the sector point of view, there's less local participants. We need to be able to solve that. But the biggest transformation that is happening is that the sector is also transforming in its ecosystem, that we're moving from older technologies into newer technologies. Program director, I had a last slide here. I'm not sure whether it will show. I just wanted to show one of the videos of one of our black industrialists, then I'll be taking a seat. Let's hope it will play. But otherwise, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's my...
Playing on your machine.
Oh, it's... Yeah, there it is.
We're still far from that, Kai. There's three men struggling to play a YouTube video. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Ntate Tshepo Rapudi from the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, where he is the Chief Investment Officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the next portion is very important, especially if you are an undergrad student. That's where your next internship is going to come from. Yes, do that who again and clap for it. Alala. All right. Next up, we will be identifying skills gap. And okay, I'm speaking on two microphones, that's why. All right. So next up, we'll be identifying skills gap, strategies for workforce and development, and also supporting Black industrialists in the automotive and value chain. And then to do that presentation, let us welcome Neftali Mokhotsani, who's the acting CEO for MER-SETA, or MER-SETA. A round of applause for him as he comes to present for us.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and policy makers, academics who play a role in the future of South Africa's automotive sector. I'm just going to time myself. I do not want to do what Msokolisi did. Asokolisa ngexesha. Now, MER-SETA, MER-SETA. We are I'm not going to PowerPoint you, so unfortunately you have to pay attention to the words. You have been PowerPointed enough for a day. We are one of the sector education and training authorities. There are 21 of them, and we are one of the 20 of us. However, there is automotive components that also comes into the picture. It's also the second subsector. The third one being the motor retail sector, so that's more the aftermarket, and metal, plastics manufacturing, and new tire manufacturers. It's also the sixth one. So over a century, we've seen the automotive industry being the cornerstone of our national identity. motor mechanic 30 years ago, and today I'm scared to look at the vehicle. But I've become clever and chose the right type of models that I drive. The one that if it stops, I'll know where to look for the fault. Yesterday morning I was watching the ENCA Drive program where Nissan was showcasing, their Qashqai, Navara, and X-Trail models. And they've got some elements of autonomous driving built into them. And it may not just be limited to that OEM, but probably there are other, similar technologies in the vehicles. There is a serious fourth industrial revolution interruption in the automotive sector. So we are aware, and we've put in some, programs to proactively understand that environment. We are supporting the smart factory revolution, and we are hoping to learn a lot from that program. And Tshwane University of Technology is one of the biggest beneficiaries if I were to count how many institutions that MESITA support, of the 26 universities in South Africa. You are the biggest beneficiary. We're looking at intelligent manufacturing that we support, all that research. We also fund a lot of students. The Sun Chaser, I'm sure it should still have a MESITA logo on it. If not, I will be very unhappy. So we did put in money in it. That's why it had MESITA logo, the Sun Chaser. Sun Chaser is a solar-driven vehicle, for your information. Now, the new energy vehicle imperative is really hitting on us as a SETA to say, how do we shift to the new energy vehicles that is driven by the just energy transition? And we need skills in battery technology, from design, manufacturing, and also recycling, and charging infrastructure. I think we've heard a lot about the charging infrastructure. I've also learned that even if you've got your solar, system at home, it might not be good enough to charge an electric vehicle. So it means there is a serious infrastructure that needs to be upgraded. The need to leverage our existing automotive strengths to build a thriving NEV industry and identify those opportunities. And I'm talking from a point of skills. At the moment, we are not even so sure of what skills for the future do we really need for the automotive sector. And we get, varying inputs from various stakeholders who at times would want to import, the knowledge into South Africa. And we are not like that. We don't really accept well an import, especially skills-wise, because our foundational learning, is different to other countries. We are, as MESITA, responding strategically to ensure that we are using data-driven skills forecasting. Through our development of our sector skills plans, we try and get the information from our stakeholders. And sometimes we are even challenged by them divulging a lot into our research because of some intellectual property that they are protecting. So that could also be a challenge to get the right information for our sector skills plan. We want to have an agile training development, in a sense that we are a heavily regulated sector when it comes to qualifications. As you know, we are developed through an act of parliament. So we are promoting occupational qualifications. But we've also seen that non-accredited bearing programs can also address the demand or the issues at hand. So we are open to, getting on non-accredited programs. I know universities do a lot of short learning programs which are not necessarily credit bearing. We are open to that. We are empowering our technical and vocational education and training colleges because they are accessible to the communities and the unemployed, who need the training. And we would want them to get to a point where, the programs that the universities of technology are providing do not have a big gap between, what TVET colleges are offering. So it's very, very important. And we're looking for strategic collaborations. At the moment, we do have, I can gladly say, NACAM, we do have a strategic, to some extent, collaboration. We've also engaged them to say, how can we help you, strategically? We're still talking to them. We did talk to Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. We've engaged with them because we want to support automotive sector. We have some partnership and collaboration with the Automotive Industry Development Corporation, the one in the Eastern Cape. We are also working with the Retail Motor Industry Organization, and we would want to go after the NAMSA, the Automotive Bargaining Council. We've never really got to them to really talk to them. And we are working with, I think, the German corporation, GIZ, has approached us and said they've got a program that they want to do. They call it Career Pathing for Employment in the electric vehicles. So we are collaborating with them. Fortunately, they are bringing the euros to develop the program. So it will just make sure that we have a program that complies with our regulations. Now, when we do our sector skills plan, we then find, I'm just going to try and see, or mention the critical or the priority programs that MESITA has identified. We obviously use various methods to support this. On the top of our list, we have a sales manager, being an occupation that is a priority in our sector. Then we've got metal machinist, welder, motor mechanic, diesel mechanic, electrician, fitter antenna, sales and marketing manager, mechanical fitter, manufacturing technician. So this is very interesting, manufacturing technician. Now, some are trades, and obviously there's no manufacturing plant that does not have artisans on board, from electricians to, welders. Production or operations supervisor in the manufacturing sector is one of them. This one I'm going to skip, credit or loans officer. A forklift driver, purchasing officer, cost clerk, and industrial engineer. So I'm just mentioning the ones that are more relevant in the automotive sector. So these are among the top 20 priority occupations in our sector. Now, as a SETA, we work with partners like, TUT, as a University of Technology, to really support bursaries, internships, work integrated learning. Though TUT never applies for bursaries, unless in the area of research because we do have, chair in engineering, supported by students who are funded through either a scholarship or a bursary. So it's not just a general bursary, but we as MESITA are committed to strategic discretionary funding and to really have a chamber-specific initiative. Chamber, in our case, it's a subsector, as I've mentioned before, and we will want to really continue with the key partnerships, as I've mentioned some of them. And in conclusion, I would say the future of South Africa's automotive sector is linked to our ability to navigate the fourth industrial revolution, the just energy transition, and there are linked technologies, particularly in respect to the production of new energy vehicles and the infrastructure required to support the transition. The MESITA is committed to working with all stakeholders to build a skilled, adaptable, and sustainable workforce that will drive the sector's success for generations to come. I'm looking forward to a very vibrant and productive discussion, as I'm sure we'll be asked to sit here and answer questions. But thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Neftali Mkhotsane. I think of all the speakers, he deserves another round of applause for time managing himself. Thank you very much. I think that moral of the story from Baratsepo, that there's a lot of money in South Africa. The question is how we use it. You said you are a doctoral student. If you are paying for yourself, they said there's money there. You must go apply for that money and then they can pay for you. Thank you very much once again. Another round of applause for the acting CEO, Neftali Mkhotsane. I think throughout the day, one of the things that we were looking at addressing is localizing in the automotive industry. What are the opportunities and what are the challenges? And the next speaker will probably hit the nail on that because she'll be focusing on identifying opportunities and challenges, as well as supporting Black industrialists in the automotive value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Lebalang Mulubele, who's the Skills Project Manager for NAACAM. A round of applause as Lebalang comes to speak to us. Over to you.
I think you're the only person who says NACAM as NAACAM. Thank you very much for the invitation. Just before I get into the topic, I would like to speak briefly about who NACAM is and what we do. We are the voice of the South African automotive component industry, representing approximately 150 locally owned and multinational manufacturing brands who employ just over 83,000 individuals, supplying in local OEM value chains, OEM, export markets, domestic and global independent replacement and aftermarket parts. We also represent associate members who provide a range of specialized services, which I diversified, which include logistics, consulting, etc. Our main objective is to positively influence the operating environment for automotive component manufacturing in South Africa. We do this at two levels, which is the micro level as well as the macro. Both of these levels are very important because they address specific issues that affect our automotive component manufacturers. We also have specialized services where you will find we do bespoke localization, skills transformation, and supply upgrading support. But our main mandate is the industrial and policy representation, as well as lobbying and provision of up-to-date information and research specific to our sector. This slide looks at the SA automotive sector policy. The master plan has been spoken about a lot today, so I assume everybody has an idea of why it exists and why do we need it. Looking at the 6 pillars and linking it to NARCAM's mandate, this is why we have different policies trying to address and contribute towards getting to the 60%. The elements of the ADPDP plan has 4 critical parts to it: the tariff regime, the vehicle assembly localization allowance, production incentives, automotive incentive schemes. These 4 are very key in us realizing localization or making it happen. These graphs are a depiction of a 6-year performance dashboard. The first graph looks at the vehicle production, which has steadily recovered to pre-pandemic levels between 2021 to 2023. 2024, however, faced declines in production due to multiple OEMs facing challenges that led to production level and that led to production levels below forecasts. The second graph looks at vehicle sales volumes. Over the 5-year period, domestic vehicle sales have failed to grow beyond pre-pandemic levels, with 2024 total sales amounting to just over 500,000 units, 4% below the 2019 sales. The slight decline in sales is seen in both the PAS and the LCV categories. The third graph then looks at component sales volumes. The sales volumes of components have fluctuated significantly over the period due to multiple supply chain disruptions. This speaks to the rail disruptions from Transnet, the problems that we have within our roads, and the overall logistics that is happening within our sector. The sales volumes for the sector similarly hover close to 2019 levels, but have not grown beyond this point. This dashboard looks at 3 things: employment, investment, and exports. Employment levels in the sector have remained relatively constant despite the challenges, domestic and globally. In 2024, sector employment totaled just over 114,000, with components accounting for 72% of the employment. When we look at the investment capex, over the last 6 years, the sector has invested over 68 billion rand. The component sector alone has invested over 23 billion rand over the period, achieving a record level of capex in 2021. When we look at the exports graph that looks at both component and vehicle exports, the component exports have recorded significant growth over the 6-year period, but have, however, declined over the past 2 years due to reduced catalytic converter exports. Vehicle exports have, however, exceeded 2019 levels. Now I come to the part about localization. It is a reality that it has been stagnant. The graphs that have been shared with you today and the info show over a period of 10 years, there hasn't been a shift. Some 2035 targets 60% local content by 2035. However, local content levels have fluctuated between 37% and 42% over the past 4 years, with an average 2024 local content of 38.5%, which was below the level used as the base when the sum modeling was done. A large percentage of the local content ranges between OEMs. Deeper localization has similarly not grown, with tier 1 local content hovering just over 50%. And the lack of localization is inhibiting employment creation and growth of opportunities for Black-owned industrialists in the sector, which then speaks to why we haven't seen a lot of people have access to market. If the economy does not grow, chances of the market opening up are very slim. So some of these factors that affect our automotive sector problems that exist for everyone within the country. How do we drive in localization? The first graph looks at local content estimates. If you look at those 6 components, we look at the automotive trim, we look at forge, we look at harnesses, metal form or press, plastic molding, tire, and rubber. Localization projects to target subsectors with large ranges in local contact levels, seeking to narrow the range, that is auto trim, metal form press, or plastic molding. I think this addresses the question that the guy had over there as to which are the components that can be looked at that have a higher percentage of being localized. However, there are barriers that do exist, such as cost competitiveness, technology not being available locally, high investment costs, availability of skills, OEM or tier 1 willingness, local raw materials not being available, as well as the volume or / diverse specifications. NARCAM's approach to barriers within localization has been one, to have localization, a platform that we call Loop, which is a localization opportunity optimization platform. NARCAM developed a localization platform, which is a consolidated first stop database of localization opportunities and a robust database of high caliber Black suppliers. It also uses a systematic approach to assist the automotive sector in supporting the advancement of South African Automotive Master Plan 2035 objectives to increase local content in local manufacturing of automotive vehicles. We also have localization working groups. The initiative is aimed in developing a basket of localization opportunities around a Black-owned manufacturer with a core manufacturing competence. The localization working groups constituted around the existing capability of Black-owned suppliers, such as those who do plastic injection molding, metal stamping, machining, etc. Tier 1s under pressure to achieve a BBBE level 4 under APDP2, likely to want to pursue localization with level 1 and 2 suppliers, presents some immediate advantages. The opportunity for tier 1 to spend ED or SD, likely through interest-free loans, to directly support unlocking of barriers of localization, such as fund tooling, testing, etc., which are some of the challenges that my colleague from AITF TEPO mentioned. By sourcing from 51% Black-owned businesses, tier 1s can ensure greater recognition of preferential procurement spend. By pulling tier 1 opportunities and a targeted group of Black-owned suppliers, the barrier of low volumes is somehow mitigated, but not completely. We know that the volumes are controlled by OEMs at the end of the day. Once tier 1s have been assessed, capability of Black-owned supplier against sourcing requirements, then either procurement commences or the supplier is referred to the supplier capability program to support mitigation of any potential risks. The supplier capability program has also identified the key NEV technologies, which was the battery, the electric motor and transmission, the thermal management systems, power electronics, hydrogen fuel tanks, high voltage wiring harnesses. As such, through the EWCTA, NARCAM has funded 15 young people to enter into the hydrogen fuel cell space and understanding the dynamics through allowing our member company, Sondo, to create a tailored program for that internship with the hope of getting the skills transfer done. NARCAM has been awarded a Transnet localization project with the aim of the project to support Transnet with their commodity and component localization and supply development. The main outcome of the project being the capacitating of beneficiaries to support the manufacturing of Transnet commodity components that will increase their local content and localization. Through a discussion, it was agreed that if component suppliers are able to adhere to the compliance and standards of an automotive vehicle, it is quite easily competitive for them to become Transnet suppliers or enter into the rail sector. NARCAM also offers bespoke localization support to its members and original equipment manufacturers through various approaches, including NARCAM open houses and providing a procurement analysis and identifying local opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's NACAM, ne? NACAM. Yeah, I'm telling you, the discussions for the post-Soweto Davi are very nice for me. I'm going to be throwing away these nice phrases and words. All right, we are now moving to the last panel discussion for the day. We will be, a round of applause again for our Slibalang from NACAM. We are now moving to the last panel discussion where we'll be addressing workforce transformation and skills gaps. And Tatem Shomi, please come forward to lead this discussion. Also joining Tatem Shomi will be Mkateko Makubele, an academic from the Tshwane University of Technology. A round of applause as they come forward. Also joining the panel will be Mr. Tsepo Rapudi, again, the Chief Executive Officer for AITF. Also joining the panel will be Mr. Neftali Mukhotsani from Mesita. Can we get an extra? Oh, yeah, it's there already. And finally, from NACAM, it's ours, Libalang Molobele, the Skills Project Manager from NACAM. Let's give them a round of applause. Tatem Shomi, over to you.
Thank you so much. I think when I was sitting down, I was thinking when we were talking about transformation, and I realized that in the lineup we had for today, we only had 2 females. And I think as an analogy, it's also a reflection of what is happening in the industry from the transformation perspective. But I'm hoping that when we are having another session, we're going to have more females speaking and also being on the panel. So that is the commitment I'm making from my side. I'll transform the thought leadership, whereas you guys transform the sector. Do we agree? We actually have been indulged through very deep insights. And the good thing about it is I was thinking that I'm the only one who is learning new things until Naftali actually said, no, he has also learned something new. So it's so good to know that even in the sector, there's stuff that they don't know. So things that they don't know is things that we don't know. We are all not knowing. So, Mesita, I think in most of the cases, they are establishments that are highly misunderstood, especially with their mandate. And you have outlined quite very clearly in terms of what your mandate is. You mentioned the issue around building capacity and competitiveness. You mentioned the issue around inclusive transformation. And you also mentioned things around the skills for the future. And you also spoke about new skills as well. And you also spoke about data-driven skills forecasting. Now, today, the engagement that we are having is between the government, the industry, the academia, And I actually would have also wanted the unions to be here because they tend to have quite colorful take on things. So, Ndatenaftali, from the perspective within the context of MERSITA's mandate, what role can the collaboration between all these entities that I have mentioned play in building capacity in the workplace and also then assist in building and contributing towards the skills for the future? Government, the industry, academia, and the civil society.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mushomi. Now, CETAs are very, very important in transforming people skills-wise. And I think maybe just to speak about what was said earlier about the Asian countries, doing it very well, doing reverse engineering and so on. So we find that they also have a different approach to skills development. We've seen that they are very closely linked. Government is closely linked to industry and also your training institutions. Now, in South Africa, we are trying to work closely, because we as a CETA, we are still part of government. As I've said, we are an entity established through Skills Development Act. And our collaboration with higher education institutes or institutions has been very well. Now, we often find there's a bit of a discord as far as what are the industry needs versus what has been understood by institutions to be the need. And we want to come in and say, can we make sure that we, through our skills plans, get the right information? So the industry must give us the right information so that our skills planning can be accurate, can be responsive to their needs. So as I've said, we seem not to get the correct information, or else we get the information that is outdated because they were not willing to talk of plans in terms of future skills. So we are aware of the move, in terms of technologies, but we seem to be lagging behind. So we now are making a call to say, can you talk to us and give us the information that will allow us to respond adequately? Our mandate is to support, we've got discretionary grants to support skills development because it's our job, as a CETA. So we just want to make sure that we become much closer in understanding the needs so that we can then respond adequately to the needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is a new person who is sitting in the panel, and is Jeff. He is leading the one of our stations. It's called the tooling or the tool making station. Jeff, you have heard the word component manufacturing. You have heard the word lack of capacity. And you also have heard a lot, China this, China that. Now, as you are sitting in the epicenter of all of it, which is academia, and focusing on tooling. One, can you tell us, number one, a little bit about the station? What is it that you are doing? And number two, how can this initiative from academia close the gap that was mentioned, for example, by AITF, that was also mentioned by NECM? From that perspective, how can we close that gap? How can we work together to make sure that we build the capacity that can even surpass China?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and students. I'm a product of TUT and I'm an employee of TUT. I represent one of the technology stations called Institute for Advanced Tooling. We are based at Soshanguve South Campus. So what the Institute for Advanced Tooling is basically is an initiative of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, established back 2006 for two main objectives. One, skills development and transfer, and the second one is SMME development. Talking about skills development and transfer, we play the role of bridging the gap between academia and industry. We take on mechanical engineering students, we offer them the WHEEL program, and we apply for funding from MESITA. We're one of the beneficiaries of MESITA funding from TUT. And what we do for us, because our work is related to tool, die, and molds, we recruit mechanical engineering students. We look at their logbooks. We tailor-make the practical training that we offer to them based on the tooling requirements that comes from the industry. And in that, we enable them to complete the training and then be employable to the manufacturing sector, specifically those related to automotive, because of our close proximity to the Roslyn Hub. Most of our work, about 70 to 80% of our work is automotive related. That is one aspect of skills development and transfer. We also do SLP, short learning programs. We do internship, or what the industry called on-job training as well. And when we're coming to SMME development, we do commercial projects coming from industry. And those commercial projects exposes the students that we train into the project that the industry needs. That have seen us being able to actually place a lot of students with the companies that we do projects with, and we have had a lot of successful students. Coming to your question, we are bridging that gap, and we have seen a lot coming from the automotive tier 1, tier 2 companies, bringing us projects that would have otherwise been exported, maybe to the likes of China. And one aspect of that, it comes to engineering change requests. So it is a fact that when it comes to tool, die, and mold, we are lagging as a country, as a whole, of South Africa. So most of the OEMs, as it has been already alluded, that decisions are done outside of the country in headquarters. And also now when they've made those decisions, when it's coming to the tooling requirements that are required to produce components that goes into those cars, those same decisions are done outside of the country. And it means that as a South Africa, we tend to get the smaller ones, scrams, if I can call it that way. So in that regard, you would have a tool that was made maybe in China, Portugal, coming to South Africa. Then after 3 years, there's a facelift of a certain car model. And it means a component has been redesigned, changed, and then it affects the mold. What is happening is that instead of taking that tool back to China or Portugal, they tend to use the local manufacturers to do those engineering change requests. And this is the role that has enabled us to expose the students into these projects because of our, one thing that we are good at is that we are flexible. We're not like any private sector because we take decisions as we go. So we are flexible to accommodate a company that needs to produce, to effect a certain change quicker than any other company could do. So in that sense, the education that comes from our institutions, the practical components that are offered by the likes of us and other companies that are offering practical training can enable us to bridge the gap between what is required in our local economy plus versus what we're looking at for the likes of the China.
Thank you so much. When I was having a chat with Lebalang, because I had made that her topic would be the same as Naftali, she was like, "I get from Pabaholo. Can actually you change my topic?" And then I basically appreciated what you have presented from the perspective of what NAACAM doing or NACAM. When we were having the discussion with Tazis about partnership, one of the things that we spoke about was what role can academia play, especially with the whole value chain of component manufacturing. And earlier on today, one of the speakers, I think it's the chief director from the DTIC, he mentioned that unfortunately, our government spent very little in research and development. And now my question, Lebalang, to you would be, how much of a hindrance or a barrier is proper, affordable R&D in component manufacturing? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, how can academia, industry, and government assist in closing that gap to make sure that we are competitive globally?
TUT, you must make better next time, please. To answer your first question.
Component manufacturing, it's components' fault.
The first question regarding R&D and its importance and how much of a hindrance is it if there isn't enough funding to do proper research and development. I would like to highlight then that this is why partnerships and collaborations are important. For example, there is an initiative that is called ASCII, funded majorly by the DTIC. A portion of it looks at research. And one of the key areas under localization at NACAM is research. I think the study that identified the 6 technologies was just the first phase of it was over 3.6 million, which took just close to 2 years.
it left gaps through their recommendations, meaning more money needed to come in at the millions. We then went to the International Labour Organization, who agreed to fund another portion of it that looks at, okay, so there is an impact on employment if the CATCONs are not going to be exported at a high amount due to the EU regulations and EVs coming into space. How do we then prepare ourselves looking at skills? That's what they agreed to fund. We measure or we identify what jobs and at what level. Then we look at if we reskill and try to get them into employment again, what does the occupation then look like as we go through the transition? So that is the role of research. It enables us to be in a better position and to be better prepared. It's not that our automotive component manufacturers don't have the competencies or skills. I think they are agile should the transition be happening and there is access to markets and the opportunities do come. Definitely, I think they're ready. And that's where then skills will come. Skills don't come before opportunities land and we understand what exactly are we going to be making and how are we going to make it. It comes right after those decisions or simultaneously as the decisions are being made and prepared, we prepare the capacity of the people. The second question regarding the role of academia within the value chain. Academia is good at research, right? You know about them and their theories, and they are always right, according to them. So as you speak about partnerships and collaborations, academia is good for the thought process, how things would probably look like. How do we anticipate? Industry has the expertise and the experience because they probably went through a certain transition. They can anticipate the real risks, not the ones on paper. And government is there to provide assistance with their policies, of course. Relationships, therefore, seem to be more like a relay. After a certain conversation from a certain round table, and we decide who's going to be funding what, and what exactly are we going to be doing once the recommendations come through. And a typical example, after we had the white NEV come out, there were recommendations in there for each and every pillar that spoke to the master plan. And there was roundtables as well as discussions as to where funds are going to go to. The huge hindrance then comes into how fast are we going to actually do this? Are we going to be efficient in it and become competitive as we always speak about it? Or are we going to continue to speak about it for like 10 years and then nothing was done really? Because we can do as much research as we want, we can get the recommendations, even get the money, but if we are not quick or agile and flexible in how we start to solve the problems that really exist, the problems that we face that really impact our automotive component suppliers, such as, for example, the tariff situation or the logistics that hamper their competitiveness with other global companies.
About was the mineral beneficiation. That would then lead to the capacity for component manufacturing. And it was based on the premise that from the industry side, there is an opportunity that is seen. From the academia side, there is that those experts that we have. And now, when we speak about global competitiveness, and the component manufacturers we have are very small and do not have the big budgets of the big manufacturers. And therefore, my question would then have been, how do we build an ecosystem that makes them competitive through leveraging, for example, the expertise of the university and also then leveraging the interventions of the government?
But you just answered yourself. I think you asked me and then you answered. I could be wrong. Yeah, but you are correct.
Yeah, I'm academia, we are smart.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you are correct, and I do agree with you. I know that your question had a portion regarding the black industrialists. In one of the presentations, it was said that it's not easy to get into autos. It's not like you wake up and you say, I'm going to become a component supplier. It doesn't happen like that. They can leverage those expertise. They can do a lot of things. But if you look at the 4 barriers that AITF stated, one of them was testing. And testing is also linked to the capital or money to test before you can be said, okay, yeah, you are quality approved. So it's a lot of things. Yeah, we can spend the whole day speaking about it.
We'll have a thought leadership session on it, funded by NICAM. Okay. Tsepo, I left you to the last. We have had a partnership, and we are still looking at more partnership with you. And the thing about AITF within the sector, when you mention the name, people think money. And with my engage with them, I realize, man, these guys have money on paper, they don't have real money. Anyway, you spoke about transformation. And in my head, I am trying to understand, how does transformation in the sector look like? I would want you to paint a picture. How would you want to see the transformation? And number 2, once again, it's an issue around collaboration. How do we leverage on the strengths of the industry? How do we leverage on the strengths of academia? How do we leverage on the strengths of the civil society to achieve the goal that we want to achieve, especially based on the Automotive Master Plan 2035?
Well, thank you, Program Director. I think it's a loaded question. Let me deal with how would we want to see the sector transforming, and then we will come to how can we leverage each other's strength to get the industry. We are sitting with, as I've indicated, a sector on which at the top of it is run by multinationals. As a country, I don't think we've got much to do up there from the OEM point of view, unless we have got capacity to create our own OEM, which I don't think in the near future or medium term, we will have luxury to do that. Below the OEMs, we have got tier ones. And again, we have said there is a problem that the tier ones, majority of them, they are also multinationals. Are we able to do something in that space? I think yes. As a country, I think we should be able to do something there. I think one is those multinational tier ones, they're sitting with a whole lot of skills. We should be able to see South African being able to say, can't we also participate in this space of tier ones? We're seeing a whole lot of emerging South African companies that are becoming tier one companies. Now, what we need to do is we need to be able to support those ones that are becoming tier one companies, or those ones that wants to enter into that space. But our view as the AITF is always that we need to deepen tier 2 and tier 3. And why are we saying we need to deepen tier 2 and tier 3? At a tier 3 level, you realize that you're very closer with materials guys. we need to be able to create capacity within our sector that we develop the tier 3, who will ultimately be able to support the tier 2s. The tier 1s, we need to get them to be able to buy from our tier 2s. I think if we can deepen the tier 2 and tier 3 capacity, and in this case, capacity will talk to the conversation that we just had about research and development. But beyond research and development, I think automotive sector is also developing in terms of technology. We cannot expect our tier 2 and tier 3 to still use older technologies. We need to be able to put funding towards those companies to be able to get newer technologies in order for them to be able to be the supplier of choice to the tier 1s. Program Director, the next question that you're asking is, how do we leverage each other's strength? We as the AITF, I think we have really picked up that if the sector does not collaborate, because our sector is a value chain driven sector. So somebody that is delivering the cars that just got manufactured, he also has got to go through the same quality that we're talking about. First of all, we've got to recognize that the sector needs to collaborate. Just as a sector, from the value chain, either your components manufacturers, either your OEMs, either the ones that are at the downstream and so forth. So we just want, just as a sector, to go through that collaboration. The academia, for me, the skills that we need for the sector, if as AITF we have supported a beneficiary that is a tier 2, that beneficiary should not suffer from getting skills, because at some point you'll have beneficiaries that says we have got to go to China to be able to learn the skills. We need academia to update its curriculum to be able to comply with the global competitiveness. You need labor to come on board in terms of the labor practices and what is good for the sector, because at the end of the day, you are sitting with an elephant that you cannot change, which is the OEMs that are multinationals and the standard are global. So we need to get, as a country, to collaborate together in order to show up at a global space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the food is smelling already, and the tummies are grumbling. I do hope that you will forgive me if I'm not going to take the questions from the floor. I am going to ask the colleagues to hang around a bit so that you could then interact with them. But thank you so much for indulging us in this. Thank you. Before you leave.
Thank you very much to the panel. Please receive your tokens of appreciation from the Tshwane University of Technology and IFO. Thank you very much, Kateko Makubele, TET Academic. Thank you very much to you as well, Tate Tepo. And the representative from NARChem. And last but not least, Tate Neftali Mkhotsani from MESITA. Let's give them a last round of applause as they make their way to the seat. There's a mic somewhere. Okay, there we go. And if you are joining us on the TUT social media platforms on Facebook or TUT-TV, we are live here at Dizila. We are at the IFO Thought Leadership Seminar, where we are talking about accelerating and building capacity in the automotive sector for the future of work in South Africa. And if you are joining us in the last minutes of this seminar, because we are about to call the last speaker before people start killing me because the food is smelling so nice. So bear with me, because the last speaker promised me that they will speak for exactly 10 minutes and not a second more. Let's give them a round of applause as they come forward. It's the Chief Policy Officer for NAAMSA, and that is Tsetle Diteko. A round of applause to him.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. I thought. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm projecting there or not. Good afternoon. They're actually making me fight with you guys. And so, because everybody knows that I don't speak for 5 minutes or 10 minutes for anything. I speak a lot and I enjoy speaking. I'm joking. Anyway, imagine with me for a few seconds, just in summary of the conversations that we've had today. The invitation from Yersita to sit with NAMSA. We have an extending MOU with Mampande, who was also acting in your role. So we've been reached. We just have to figure out how to expand it, but I'm here for that conversation. So speaking with academics, I used to be in the academic world, and this is our system of innovation. Innovation starts with us designing a solution, and then figuring out what the innovations that are required in that solution. And then from there, we produce that solution. And obviously, mass production, we scale and we re-innovate. So for automotives, the problem is our chasm is a lot more complicated than it would be. For South African automotive industry to be able to move from design and innovating in a vehicle, all that work happens offshore. The car that going to be produced as a Ranger at Mamelodi in the next 5 years is currently being designed and nobody knows where. And the challenge with that approach is that as soon as someone designs a vehicle, they figure out who's going to supply as a tier 1 supplier. So our tier 1 suppliers are multinationals predominantly because they are engaged at the time when the car is being designed and being innovated. And then they come into SA, and the tooling input that they gave around how we make tools. Now, we use tooling in order for us to set up factories that are going to produce the vehicles. And generally at that time as well, a lot of the tooling is decided on. And then we look for local capacity and we look for local suppliers. And if we could get some of those tier 1s that were part of the design program to come and localize, it's a bonus for us. And for the first time, we figured it out when Tazas came with the concept. Because before the new Ranger was established, Tazas had already created an estate for the tier 1 suppliers that were part of that Ranger design. Does that make sense? Okay. Then you have these 40 or so suppliers next to Ford. Now we have suppliers next to us. And then we come up with a concept. And this concept is we've created a local presence. So we've widened tier 1 suppliers that are in the country. Now they need to buy from those that are local. So the concept is called deepening. Now deepening means we create tier 2, tier 3 suppliers that are going to do small parts, but these parts will add up and they'll then feed into tier 1s, and tier 1s will supply into OEMs. And this happens in that big curve at the bottom. And we start thinking around how do we introduce tier 1s and how do we introduce tier 2s. If we are able to introduce tier 2s and those tier 2s are black industrialists, the advantage of that work is that then we create opportunities for black support, what a tier 1 is and a tier 2 is. A tier 1, there's another supplier park, by the way, in Roslyn that has a tier 1 supplier for this example that I'm thinking. So a tier 1 could be someone like a company like Ferocia, who would then do a system called a dashboard. So a dashboard is a system. But on that system, there's a lot of buttons and there's a lot of dials. And those buttons and dials, we don't have to import and we don't have to buy from Ferocia. So we can get someone who could to do a plastic mold, and a beneficiary of a BIS or an AITF in this case would be someone like what? Bike. Although Bike does the GIS. Let's say there's a company called BAC, Bantu Autos. It's owned by 2 young black people. They are under the age of 35. And they want to supply buttons. And these buttons will go to a dashboard that Ferocia will then supply into a Ford. Those boys would then come in as tier 2 suppliers, molding those buttons and coating those buttons to go onto the dashboard. And then a guy who
has a source for plastic, supplying them would be a tier 3 supply. They are called standard material suppliers. Ntatem Koluli earlier tried to talk about that structure of a tier 3, tier 2, tier 3. And that's where in the chasm we see opportunities for industrialists. Now, in academia, the way we define black industrialists, and this is also important, and I think I'm 3 minutes into my 10 minutes, I'm assuming. Okay, because I've got to hurry up to summarizing the conversation, but I thought this chasm conversation is important for us to establish this. If we are able to show that in South Africa, our system of innovation, which is exactly this, is able to generate a lot of successful tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, and we are able to grow our population of tier 1 suppliers, that system of innovation is how we successfully bid for future projects. And so to say that what is the role of academia in how we position this system of innovation for car production, that's it, is to make sure that this system can say, I can produce a young person who can aspire to do an engineering degree at any institution in South Africa, to be a tier 2 supplier, fitting into an existing tier 1 and thriving tier 1 nationals. But what we found out is that as the cycles of production continue to grow, that tier 2 layer produces our future generation of tier 1 suppliers. So by virtue of creating a tier 2 layer, that's part of this deepening localization conversation, we are giving birth to these future tier 1 suppliers, and then they get to be involved earlier in the value chain before the chasm. But like any other product that we consume, innovation chasm plays a role in how auto involves academia and in how we grow the system of innovation in order for us to continue to make vehicles. So yes, we could be doing tooling a lot deeper. I'll give you an example. There's a company called Acoustic, another beneficiary of the AITF. They started as a tier 2, but they then discovered that the way they're doing their system, they could actually improve it and tweak it. And they went into the design and said, we can tweak this. And the designer said, tool it. They went looking for a tooling company. They found one in Europe, but 80% of the staff of that tooling company in Europe are South Africans. So they've negotiated with them to bring them close. That is why if there's an area where you could be looking at the future of work, Mr. Mhlomi, here's one. Work with the Tooling Institute of South Africa a lot more closer, because tooling opportunities are very, very big part of how we bring back industrialization into the economy. It's a huge opportunity that you should be gravitating towards. So I'm happy that you've got a tooling desk and a tooling structure there. So that's very commendable. Now, quickly, here's where opportunities are going to be. This is the value chain of an automotive industry. Historically, this value chain was anchored on those minerals on the bottom, but now we know that we're going to have those minerals on the bottom. The minerals on the bottom have got many names. Some call them green minerals, some call them precious minerals, call them whatever you want to call them. But these minerals are going to go into a battery value chain. Now, battery value chains are going to be how we fix ESCOM, how we fix storage. And when I say fix ESCOM, I mean, how do we fix the element in ESCOM that speaks to the fact that we do not have a strong grid as soon as you leave Gauteng and Mpumalanga area. Our grid strength is the reason why we cannot introduce new green opportunities, and we're not building a lot of green plants like solar plants or hydro plants, whatever generation of green generation electricity that we're going to have. So we're going to need storage. And in order to blow storage, we have to figure out how we beneficiate those green minerals. And if we're not going to build systems to build a value chain for hydrogen, for instance, or build a value chain for battery storage systems, we're going to fall behind. But that's a new opportunity, and that value chain is going to be an important one. So we need to build a system of innovation to support that value chain. 2, as we begin to produce electric cars, we're going to need new suppliers, and Ilibalang spoke to those identified localization opportunities. But guess what? Those localization opportunities, we're going to have to compete with our neighboring countries. We're not alone in that conversation. So we need innovators from you guys that are going to say, what are those opportunities? Can I have a research? Can I also put myself in the conversation? And this speaks to that area around components, so which is that second block on top. There are those traditional components that we know, but there are newer ones. Like, for instance, harnessing technology is going to be a big one. Let me give you an example. Tsepo spoke here from the AITF. He's from Limpopo. I know that for a fact because I've seen him in Limpopo. Unless he was visiting on a holiday, which then I stand to be corrected. But Palabora, for instance, has got a copper company, Palabora Mining Company, which is a part of Rio Tinto. They do not have a furnace that can produce for us a wire rod that's able to generate a high voltage from a battery, lithium battery, and into the car. Because they have not invested in it, we are going to have to import this thin rod that an electric car requires so that the car can have energy that it can move by. We realize that we've got the copper, we just don't want to process it the right way. So the level of processing that they will be able to generate will generate this wire, which would be thicker and it will break. And for an electric car, it needs to be very strong but very thin. So if they're not going to pick up the slack and do it, who else has copper around us? Zimbabwe has copper, Botswana has copper, Eswatini has copper, Northern Cape has copper, Namibia has copper. So generally, someone is going to pick up the slack. And currently, one of our biggest copper suppliers in the ICE segment of is Botswana. So therefore, to answer your question around research and R&D, we need to master the Auto Master Plan. We need to build a system of innovation just on the battery, but we also need to build a system of innovation to respond to the electric vehicle and what is going to demand of the current existing infrastructure. But that said, I also want you, for the last time before I sit down, focus on that aftermarket space. 10 years, 20 years from now, electric cars that we have currently on our roads, I drive a hybrid, it's got a big battery at the back of the seat. I'll need to change that battery. What's going to happen to it? How are we going to recycle the battery? How are we going to give second life to existing batteries in our cars? And how are we going to create a system of urban mining where we're going to be able to regenerate and recapture those minerals in these batteries? And these are the same minerals that you get in your phone battery, in order for us to find new ways of innovation. So even if we are not at the point of cell manufacturing in the or processing minerals, we're going to have to be in the recycling of these minerals, because if we're not, we're going to have a problem of an oversupply of these minerals somewhere in the future. So we need to prepare for those type of opportunities. Again, academia has got a role to play. Just on those 2 slides alone, that's my 10 minutes. Thank you.
Not too bad for a person who likes speaking. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Secretary Teko from NAMSA, who was the last speaker for the day. Before we conclude the business, can I ask for a huge favor? On your tables, you've got this piece of paper, which is a survey from IFO, that we kindly need to take your phone, go to the QR scanner, scan it and participate. That will help us for today and the future seminars that we want to host. Please do that. Can I give you a moment? Pass it around, scan it. For the locals, students, staff, use any room. Free Wi-Fi for all. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, that brings us to almost the end of our sitting today. And then just to come and do the vote of thanks, before I thank you myself, I again invite Tate Muhlomi to come speak to you for the last time. The only person who's been here more than me on the podium is yourself. Give him the last round of applause.
Yeah, I do apologize, Program Director, that I have been here more than you do. But ladies and gentlemen, let me take this moment to thank our partner, TASES. I think, Bram Sokoli, our marriage is intact. Ne? Yeah, so, but this was the first engagement that we have organized together. And let me also take this moment to thank our speakers from the different entities, and most of them are my friends. And I told them that if you don't come, I'll block you. And so they came through. But thank you so much, colleagues. Your contribution are immense. And with the surveys that we have asked you to do, after every thought leadership, we plan to write a report, which would also then assist going forward from the perspective of developing the content that deals with the fourth industrial revolution and also deals with the future of work. So your contribution is highly needed. And to the speakers, if you might not have sent us your presentation, please send it to us. It will also assist in writing the report. And after the report has been written, it will be sent to you, and it will also be available on our website. With those words said and done, together we can do more. I believe that the partnership between the academia, the industry, the government, and the civil society has what it takes to take the country forward. And should we have played our role together, the precepts and the wishes of NDP 2030 would have been achieved. But we are not late. Let's hold hands together and work together. And the program director, thank you so much. You are hijackable. I hijacked him to be here, and he did a splendid job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen in the venue, as well as the TUT community watching us on TUT-TV, as well as Facebook, the Thought Leadership Seminar on Accelerating and Building Capacity in the Automotive Sector for the Future of Work in South Africa is now going to come to an end. I would like to take this opportunity and thank each and every one of you. My name is Tebogo Magubane. Thank you very much. Let's close this from Peter Derke, who is an author from Austria. I quote, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." I thank you. And lunch will be served.